What up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Oh, just another day
Yeah, I bet. Me-
watching football.
Oh yeah, you watching Patriots versus Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching too.
And I was listening to the Yankee Marshall chat, but I just can't stand to listen to him talk.
Brother, that's no worries, man. No worries. I'm not gonna hold it against you. We all got our ticks, tolerances, and you know, hey, there's what 4 billion people in this world. You're bound not.
Oh no.
Oh, I lost you.
Okay, that was weird. I guess everyone's getting kicked tonight.
Oh yeah.
Google Hangouts hates everyone.
No, today they didn't have a topic that I was wanted to listen to. Uh, it was just not an interesting topic for me, so I just decided to, you know, I don't know. It wasn't interesting today.
The hell is my what is going on here?
What the hell? The fridge snack. What the hell?
Alright, Windows 10 decided to kick me offline to do updates. Yay.
So what else is new?
Well, Windows just decided to do something weird, and all of a sudden my screen turned orange, and I couldn't tell if I was still connected online, and then it said updating, and then it turned off my computer and turned it back on, and I
Oh.
was like all on its own. I was like, wow.
Well, sorry to hear that, my man. It happens. It happens. Got no control over that, you know. So, oh well. Galaxy Edge. Oh, Jesus. It's like, why go buy all this new technology? Because they're just going to, like phones. They get like a new model, so the model you just bought is obsolete. That's why. That's the only thing I hate about technology.
Well, and then like even though your phone works like perfect, like you try and update Instagram all of a sudden, and then it'll say, "Oh, it's not compatible with this, with this phone because now your phone's a year old. Not even a year old, but it's too old."
Oh yeah. I
Like,
just. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I updated Instagram, and then I noticed there was some like when you go in to take a picture, there's a like after you take the picture, there's a kind of a little square in the bottom right hand corner, and if you hit that, it takes you to some other Instagram. Let's see, what's it called? Combine your photos, get layout. It's for like Instagram layout. So you click that so you can do a layout on Instagram, and then it says your device isn't compatible with this version, and your phone's not even a year old, and it's like already outdated.
Jesus. Yeah, sometimes this whole technology, these apps, they get on my nerves. I don't know. It's just my age. It's getting up there. You know, I'm like only 36, but I just feel like it's new, updating, always updating. And it's like it slows down your cell phone because it's all these updates your apps do. Every time I put it on Wi-Fi, it's like updating. It's like God again.
I I have an app to prevent that. It's called I've used the same one on every Android, the same app, Advanced Task Killer, and has a little picture of the Android guy. And I've used that like on every Droid phone I've had since Droids came out. And
Hmm.
and you can set the timer in it to pretty much like check like every 20 minutes or 40 minutes or however long you want. And so like every 20 minutes it comes on and it kills whatever's running in the background. And like and it keeps it off, and then even after the next time you open that app after 20 minutes it kills it again. So, and that seems to help.
Yeah,
It
it gets
conserves
on my
battery
nerves.
life.
It just gets on my nerves every time. It's uh, updating. And it's like, dude,
Well, and if you're not on Wi-Fi or have unlimited data, then that's basically charging you
Oh yeah.
or taking up your data. Oh, fumble. And New England's got it. Touchdown. Nice. That was great. Did you see that?
Yeah, I just saw it like right there. I was just like, yay!
Like, look at the jukes this guy puts on.
God, man. Oh,
Bam.
look at he's
Oh,
going 33. It's like, oh, he lost it, and then goes. That's got to be like on Follies, Great Football Follies. Like, boom. Oh,
yeah.
there it is. Remember when ESPN used to do the Follies?
Yep. I sure do. I grew up watching like Sports Center
Oh yeah.
every night. Well, this game's over now. Now it's over.
Oh yeah. It should be over.
Yeah, because even if Steelers come back pretty quick and score another touchdown, Patriots are just going to run out the clock. And I doubt the Steelers will come back and score a touchdown. Patriots defense is pretty good.
Oh hell yeah, that's good. It's the Steelers. God, I hate this shit. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna say this game's over with.
Yep. As soon as they scored that touchdown, yeah, it was done.
Yeah, this game's over with. Jesus. Stronger, faster, more reliable. God, that's. Anyways, there's no movies I want to see.
Reversed? It wasn't a touchdown? Wait, what?
I guess.
His leg was over the line though. Like all the yeah, I guess the ball has to cross the field, right?
Yeah, I guess. Well, he's in anyways. I mean, if they can't get the football in over the line,
2 inches.
I know.
Oh, oh, oh! Looks like they lost. Oh wow, a helmet came off.
Good night. Oh my God, look at that. They should have just gave it to him. No, 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 no.
That's okay. They're still running out time here.
Oh yeah.
And even if they just kick a field goal here, uh,
No, yeah. It's Gronkowski. You remember? Was it Schneider from SNL to go Going to make some copies.
Yeah.
Rob Schneider.
Yep.
Going to make some copies. Going to get a cup of coffee. Got to be nice if they could have Rob Schneider announce one of these Monday Night Football or like
Oh, they've had
Thursday Night.
other like special guest hosts on to kind of help announce. Oh, there it is.
Touchdown.
He's a big dude, man.
Oh yeah. Look, who Roethlisberger reminds me of is Jesse James,
Yeah.
and it always pisses people off. Is like the guy who makes expensive ARs that nobody can afford to buy, and
Yo.
I always get shit for that because people say, well, is is there any other Jesse James? It's like it doesn't matter. It's still a AR-15. Uh, I could buy a decent AR-15 that works well for a quarter of the price.
Oh, even less than that. That
Yeah,
just his 1911s are like what, like 4 grand. So I don't know how much his ARs are. Like
because
I'm
ARs,
guessing 10, 8, 10.
I don't know. It's like I understand you want to put your name on something. This is something you sculpted, but it's like
And I
it's
think his suppressors are like 3,800 too, 3,600, 3,800 for his suppressors.
yeah. It'd be like me charging you $5,000 extra for a Kia, but because
He's
I put like some special like design or artwork into it, and then I change it out to some of the speakers.
Do you know what he's there for though? He's there for the perfectionists, the guys who are like totally whiny and it has to be this certain perfect way, and those real anal people
Yeah,
that's what he's there for, man. That's whose money he gets, dude.
yeah. Or just for like some guy who has the money and just wants it for the name recognition, you know. And I'm like old school, I was in the military and stuff, and listen, all that fancy smancy stuff, and usually A, it breaks on you. Two, when the adrenaline's going or you really need it, you don't care what it looks like as long as it functions and does what it's supposed to do.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I don't own one, but I have before, and a High Point, man, and I'm all about like I read the whole story about High Point on the High Point forum of the owner of High Point, and I'm all for that, man. Like his whole philosophy of like, even poor people should be able to be armed with a gun that works and stuff like that. And yeah, it's ugly, and like they pretty much admit that, it's ugly and it's not, but it's there, it's just purely a self-defense gun, It's not for competition. It's not for, it's just for a poor single mother who might have a stalker after, and she can only afford $100, next payday. You know, she can,
yeah.
like
I mean,
dude,
I
I'm
get
all
that.
for, even cheap firearms and the whole owner of High Point, his
Yeah.
philosophy. Like, I don't own a High Point, but I have before, and I bought my stepson one for his first handgun, and they're I read on the forum the whole owner's philosophy about even like a poor single mother should be able to protect herself, and and yeah, I'm all for that. I like cheap guns
Now they were speaking on the level of firearms. Firearms.
as long as it goes boom when I pull the trigger. That's all that matters to me.
Speaking of the realms of firearms, what you just said, I got the one thing that ended, like back in like during the nights before the invention of firearms and stuff. The only people that could afford armor and the tools to make that armor, you know what I mean, like axes, swords, uh, was the aristocrats, the high-end people, right? You know, I mean, no, the knights, and it was an elite class. But then when the invention of firearm, like the match uh, firearm, it was a great equalizer. Now that a peasant could basically be equal to that of a knight, and that's what ended the chivalry of the whole the way they fought. Because now peasants could, with the technology that was available and the information, could be on an equal playing field. So I mean, it was firearms that basically, as we all know, killed the knight and killed the this elite class who only had availability to like this armor, to the swords and everything else. But then all of a sudden, the peasants came along and they were able to defend themselves a hell of a lot better than they were in before 1300s. So I mean, I don't understand how liberals can be against firearms when firearms was the great equalizer for invading rich countries that they hate so much up against these, inferior countries that were able to, like, for Afghanistan, for example, firearms was the great equalizer, and it helped them succeed in defeating a country that was more powerful and had more wealth and resources. So, and it goes on and on and on. From the American Revolution all the way to, you could say down to uh, some of the
Yeah,
uprising.
I was going to say that too. The American Revolution, isn't that what happened with British and their gun control over us? And
Yeah, I
they
mean,
didn't want us making the, what was it, the Kentucky long rifle, or maybe it was a different gun.
and they didn't like the idea. Most countries at that time didn't like the idea of peasants having firearms because that would, again, it's the great equalizer, and it always has been for every moment in history that you can think of where a rich modern country came to invade a poor country. Yes, they had help, but the firearm in the end was a key factor in them being able to liberate, like when the British were occupying Afghanistan. Again, it goes back. You can go back to that, or when the Germans invaded Russia. Russia was able to supply millions of peasants who had very little education, didn't have a whole lot of money, and were able to drive out the occupier. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
when Russia was being occupied.
but when they were being occupied by the Germans up all the way up until Stalingrad.
I heard that literally that the fighting got so close to was it to a factory there in Russia that they were literally test firing the guns. I don't know if that's true or not, but I read it
Uh,
that they were literally test firing the guns at the Germans out of the factory.
yeah, yeah. So I never get the logic of liberals. Like there was I go back to the coal mine wars up in West Virginia and Virginia, where um, the miners were able to defend themselves because they had firearms. Now there was a battle. I can't remember what it was, but when they were going to put their influence into this one, I think Western Virginia county, the coal mining company, whatever, had fully automatic weapons, and they were only armed with, single shot hunting rifles. And so the rich coal miners who had the Maximum machine gun and the Thompsons and all that stuff won and basically killed off a lot of these miners. So, when you ban something, the only thing people that could afford it, especially when you talk about firearms, is what the liberals hate so much is the upper class, the well-to-do, the favored uh, people, who can afford a fully automatic machine gun. Unless you make over $1 million a year, or you're like in the 1%. So you just tip the scale, and I mean, that's how I look at it. I'm like, and I don't get that part of the liberal logic.
I don't get that logic either. It doesn't make sense to me. But it's, to fatten their pocketbooks, to pursue their agendas.
Yeah, um, it's just
It has to all come down to money. I mean, it can't really come down to anything else. Well, maybe religious belief, but that's what I think most two things come down to in the end is money and religious beliefs. That's pretty much it.
oh yeah, oh yeah, it comes down to money. Oh my God, it's raining now in this football game. Jesus, they killed them. New England killed these guys.
Yeah, they're on a good drive right now. I think they're going to make this first down. I think they almost had that last one. Tom Brady's going to pull this off. He not only wants to beat them, he wants, he wants to rub it in their face. He wants to say, "Look, I'm the best." Didn't he? I thought he was supposed to have a suspension or something. A 3-game suspension.
Yeah, well, he overturned that. He got the appeal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't hear about the appeal. I just heard about the suspension. I was surprised to hear that he was playing tonight.
Yeah, the federal judge, out of all of his wisdom and or the time that he had to listen to a case like this, a bunch of a millionaire fighting a bunch of huge multi-billion-dollar industry uh, about deflated footballs. Think about that. The taxpayers actually paid a federal judge to sit in a court to listen about a deflated football and whether the suspension was valid or not. I'm like, wow, Judge, if you got that much time to listen to things like that,
Well, also the judge got, free season passes, a week later in his mailbox.
oh yeah, it's
Lifetime season passes, probably.
oh yeah to the New England. That, that's like I don't really care about the whole football process, but I do care about a federal judge being able to take his time for something that's about a deflated football, rather a multi-million-dollar football player who's, as the liberals say, one percenter, to take up the time. And while there's other serious cases, you know, that need greater attention, it's like, really, buddy? I'd be saying, okay, you got that much time? We're gonna flood your courts with all this other crap. Oh Jesus, man, that's the only thing that pissed me off. What a Some of these judges, I hate to say it, man, but they let all that stuff get to their head. Make the loony decisions. I don't know. I mean, those are some of the things that piss me off. And like, really, freaking judge. I mean,
I don't know. I don't
oh
watch that
man,
stuff much. Like, I I I don't watch the news very much because it's just always bad news, and like I just got fed up after hearing it. So like I've been cold, like literally cold off of like news and media now for like 3 years, and I have cable. I have full cable and stuff, but I mostly watch like documentaries, YouTube, movie channels. I don't watch like any local news channels or Fox News or CNN or I don't watch any of that shit anymore, like at all. Like most of like lately, like almost like all my news pretty much like really comes from gun channels. Someone will be like, "Oh, this Kim chick, did this," and I'll be like, "What? Who's that?" And then I hear about it through gun channels.
Well, I have a theory that a lot of these 24-hour news contribute to a lot of these uh, evil, insane people that, like when they play it, there's a lot of copycatters. Oh, shoot somebody in the theater. Well, you're going to get another insane guy when you play the same story for 7 days straight, going, "Oh, wow, I never thought of that before." And he's just stuck on it. And the internet has something to do with it too. But when these people cover it, it's like you actually inspire and motivate a person when you play this over and over, and you just, it's like, oh wow, go to a school, okay. That's my theory.
No, I agree. I think that there's a lot of copycats and there's a lot of people who aren't right in the head and they see stuff like, they don't know the difference between being on TV in a bad way or a good way. All they see is, oh, look, that person's on TV, they're famous. They can't mentally comprehend it, or they think that
Hmm.
they're going to get their point across on the news, like their whole story will be
Yeah.
told, which never is. All you hear is a lunatic, went into a theater and killed people. You never really hear why or his motivations. Um, yeah, so it's that they just in their head they dream up this whole big story or something and think that they're going to be some kind of famous person or their point's going to get across, and it never is. It never does. Yeah, like the
Yeah.
like the Columbine school shooting. Like those kids thought that they were going to be famous, and and that there was going to be like movies made about them and stuff. And I guess there was, but I wouldn't consider those kids famous at all. I can't even remember their names. And I lived in Colorado when that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say a lot of these school shootings a lot of them are copycats. Like a lot of them get inspired, they'll read on it, about it on the internet, and they're like, man, I bet I can do that better. I bet, this that's a good way to release my rage, my anger onto someone, you know, and they'll just follow up and they'll read on it. And the liberal logic is thinking you can control a human thought and action by passing a law. It's like you're going to be able to control 330 some million people that live in the United States. There are just some people that are born evil. There's 4 billion people in this world. There's a guaranteed about a million of them that are going to be just pure evil, that just
I
are
will
not good people.
I will definitely agree with that, and I think that's the whole reason why our founding forefathers made sure to give us our gun rights, not only to protect, from the government, but I also believe they did it to protect for self-defense. I truly do. And I think back in the time that they lived, there was a lot of robberies and thefts and stuff like that, and it was worse than the Wild West from the history I've read, and uh, there's all sorts of bandits and stuff, and I really believe that they put that in there for self-defense also, not only to protect the citizens to protect themselves from the government, but I think that it is in there also for self-defense to be able to carry a firearm, and I think that they knew they I think they when they thought about that, I think they realized there's more good people in the world than there are bad, and if we take all the guns away from good people, well, then only the bad people are going to be able to hurt the good people. But if more good people have, if they're able to defend themselves, they'll be able to protect themselves from the bad. I think in human nature, it's most people are good. I would like
Yeah.
to I would like to say I don't know what it is, but if I, just a kind of a random number, I would like to think that at least 95% of all humans are good-hearted people. They don't want to harm other people. They don't want to cause pain or injury or death or suffering to another human being. No matter what race, creed, color, religion, doesn't matter. Like I would like to think that 95% of the people out there are good.
And I agree. And then that's why they put that in there, because they know if one particular group were armed, then they would have an influence on the others.
Can you imagine if, like in World War II, when all that happened, if Britain had even stricter gun control and like all of Europe didn't really, they all had strict gun control. America did, um, because where was a lot of the resistance and the fight against Germany? It was in the hands of citizens and these like local militias and these guerrilla groups, using guerrilla tactics, fighting back against the Germans with basically private citizen weapons. I mean, that was like that was like the front line there in a lot of Europe for a long time. And can you imagine how bad the war would have gone if, like, if not, if like basically the UN got their way today? Another flag. Seems in the fourth quarter there's a flag every other play. Is that blood on the front of his jersey? Oh no, it's probably like Gatorade or something. There's only 3 minutes left. The Steelers do not have that strong of an offense to come back. Let's just go. What up, Smiggy?
Same old, same old. How you doing?
Good. Just watching the last 5 seconds of the football game. Or no, I guess last minute.
So that's what, about 20 more minutes?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like the last minute of the football game should be like 15, 20 minutes.
Are the cheaters winning or losing?
They're kicking ass. They're really giving it to Pittsburgh tonight, which I'm glad. Not that I'm a New England fan, but I just don't like Pittsburgh.
What's the PSI of the football?
I have no clue, but Pittsburgh already whined that
What's the PSI of your ball sack?
Pittsburgh
It's
already
pretty
whined
high.
tonight that they got audio problems, that like they can hear the radio broadcast from New England like in all their headsets. So
It's interesting. And Caleb, why are you so obsessed with my balls tonight, dude? You need to relax.
I don't know. It's just no, man. I better not say that. I better not say that. I better not say that. I'm gonna regret. I'm just trolling. That's all.
I mean, I know I'm cute and all, but I'm sorry, you're not my type.
Dadgummit. So freaking close.
Maybe if you put on a little more weight, I might like you.
Trust me, I eat enough food.
It'll catch up to you eventually. Just discover beer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can think. Good point. But I eat pretty healthy and stay pretty active. Stay away from real high sugar stuff.
I just buy off the McDonald's healthy menu.
Oh, I hate McDonald's. I haven't ate McDonald's probably like a year, at least 2 years. I'm like, even then, it's probably like when I have eaten it, it's like one time that whole year.
I had chicken nuggets for dinner tonight.
No, I will say my one fast food weakness is Wendy's. Always fresh, never frozen. Gotta love those dollar hamburgers. Or $1.30 hamburgers, whatever. Yeah, 2 junior cheeseburger deluxes, a medium fry, and a small chocolate frosty. That's supper right there.
When I was a kid, we had a place called the Hamburger Stand, and you could go and get 25-cent hamburgers or 39-cent cheeseburgers.
That's awesome.
And I remember tacos being like 4 for $1, like at the taco shack.
Well, how long ago was that? You don't sound like you're that old.
30 years ago.
Oh God, you are old. Well, that's why. 30 years ago. That wasn't that long ago.
No,
Oh,
not really.
It's the 80s,
In
yeah.
the 80s, yeah.
See, most time when people say stuff like that, I'm thinking like back when people say those kind of prices, I'm like, oh, it's usually older people like in their 60s or like, yeah, back in my day, back in the 50s. I'm like, well, yeah, that was back when everybody was making like $2 an hour.
No, yeah, this was in the 80s.
Yeah,
You could
that
buy
sounds
4 hamburgers for $1, man. 25-cent hamburgers. I used to love that place. Like every Friday and Saturday night, that place was there the whole time I was growing up, even when I was a teenager. And like the price never changed until I was like 13 or 14, and then they raised it from like 25-cent hamburgers to 49-cent hamburgers.
Oh no. I try to eat at home as much as I can, and the school was the worst place for food. God, it's so expensive. It's decent, but it's not cheap at all. I work at a grocery store, so I mean that's kind of I can eat cheap pretty easily. So you got plenty of options for that. But
Oh, you just keep walking by the nuts and stuff and grabbing handfuls? That's what I would do.
we don't have those. We used to,
Oh.
yeah, like the ones you did by yourself now. We have a sample station though, where we have a chef who samples recipes every day. But of course, can't go there and ask for all her product that she's supposed to be giving to the customers. Like,
Well,
hey,
then
can I
you,
get like
then you
three of
go over to the
those?
fruit, grab an apple or something. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, that has to be paid for by weight.
Ah.
That's stealing. That's automatic
No,
fire.
but I found this box of cereal and it was already open.
Yeah, yeah. That's an automatic goodbye.
Well, you don't get caught doing it. Jeez.
My buddy told me that he works at Walmart, right? And he told me that they throw away like all this perfectly good food, like perfectly good boxes of cereal, like just the corners bent on the box and stuff that they don't
What?
even discount it down. They just throw it away. And I said, how come they don't donate that to like a food shelter or something? Oh, because if like just one can had botulism or
Yeah,
one
exactly.
seal
Yeah.
was cracked, and then they would
No,
get sued for
See,
millions.
here's what we do. I don't. If he says throw, I don't, what do you mean when he says throw it away? Did you ask him like they actually put it in like their trash compactor, or damage it out? Because we do the same thing, but we send it back to the warehouse, whatever. Then the warehouse, sends it back to the manufacturer. I guess, and I don't know what they do at the warehouse with it. But anyways, we get credit back for it if we can or something. So if something that we can get credit for.
I don't know. He didn't tell me they sent it back. He told me that they threw it. He said we throw it away.
Oh no, we send that crap back because like you'll get stupid stuff like where like a 12-pack of Coke, like the cardboard boxes will like just completely bust open, but all the cans will be fine, or one can will bust. It's like, well, there's 11 cans of Coke there that are perfectly fine. So you'll just bag it all up, put a sticker on it, damage sticker on it, and the grocery department sorts all that, and then they send it off. Now other stuff though, I mean, I will say like I've worked in produce before too, and like in that department, it's more because there's so much leeway. It's not like they keep up with every single apple, So it's like if there's something bad, like if there's like one bad apple on the floor and they pull it, they're not gonna sit there and like scan it out. They're just gonna throw it away. Now, if like a case of something goes bad, like I've done that before. I pulled open like a case of fruit before that had like a one that wasn't really a high seller that we had sitting in the back. I was gonna restock it, and it had been sitting there so long it was already like moldy, and never even got opened. And I was like, well, this is damage, and they'll scan that out. Yeah, definitely try to cut down on that cost. I would say Walmart probably does the same thing. I would think.
Yeah, they probably do. They probably just take it on a truck and he doesn't know where it goes. He probably assumes it's
Yeah.
trash in it.
So I got an awesome deal today. I got I was pretty proud of myself. I got 4 wireless mouses. I got a phone charger that fits my phone, Galaxy charger. And I got an umbrella. And I got 3 books, like good books, for free.
How did you look out on that?
So this is awesome. The lost and found. But no, I didn't just. I like saying that without explaining it because it makes people think I just went over there and took it.
Yeah,
One of the-
if you got an umbrella, cut a corner off your man card.
No, one of the buildings on campus. Apparently, they run a lost and found there. It's like a student center, and apparently they had all this stuff that had been sitting around forever. They decided to get rid of. I think it had come from the spring semester. So I think they hold it for like a semester, and if no one comes back to get it, they put it out on the table out there, and they put a sign up that said free lost and found, free stuff, and so people just walk by and look through it. They had some other stuff over there too, like some sunglasses that were pretty used. Most of them were all scratched. Most of them were like girly sunglasses and stuff, and a couple other things like water bottles and things like that. But I didn't get any of that stuff.
No Browning high power sitting on the table or anything.
No, sadly not. No, it is a military college. I might see a drill rifle. No, a cadet would be in trouble if that was the case. They would not be having a good day.
Yeah, more than likely that wouldn't work out too well.
Yeah, and then we actually have the. I guess they use regular M16, probably A2s on campus for the live fire stuff they do or whatever. Well, not live fire, but they do like weapons training or whatever. I don't know what the cadets do with them, but I know we have an armory on campus and it has like regular M16s. I'm not really sure about the details on them, if they're like the full auto ones or not, or whatever. It'd be cool if they were.
Generally, the rifles you'll find on it with a ROTC detachment are demilled, which I mean,
Yeah, fill in the barrel.
They are completely incapable of firing.
Well, these, I know the ones from talking to this, I know a few people in the cadets. I know they do use them for like cleaning and stuff. Like they'll clean them and whatever. And at least they do that with their pistols. They have the M9s that they work on, and so I know those are probably, they might be like you said, they might be like demilled, but they probably like work completely. Other than you can't put around in it. Like firing pin might be gone out of it or whatever, something like that. Or firing pin might be like welded in it or something. I don't know. But like
they'll usually weld up the firing pin channel or
yeah. I'm not sure. I'd have to ask.
Plug the barrel.
Right. I'll have to ask I have a couple friends in the Corps. I'll have to ask them.
Now, when they go for weekends and stuff like that, they usually, generally speaking, will go into like a National Guard or even a U.S. Army base or a U.S. Army fort, and there they draw live weapons.
Right.
And we'll get some actual live fire training. But the ones at the ROTC units usually are incapable of firing. There are some exceptions.
Well, we do have a shooting range on campus. It's an indoor shooting range, and it's only like it's a very difficult, obviously, to get access. Like you got to be with certain people, with certain leaders in the Corps. But we did have a combat shooting team that was funded by the Army, and that cadets on campus got to participate in. But then the Army pulled the funding for it.
Now they will have live weapons for things like that, shooting teams.
Right.
That will definitely happen. In fact, they will even send people out to the Army Marksmanship Unit at Fort Benning.
Yeah, dude, that's where all the really like a large majority of the top name guys in USPSA. That's where they came from. Max Michel, Casey Eusebio, Travis Tomasi.
My first duty station was about 2-3 miles from where the AMU is. And there was a little bit of time where we didn't have too much going on, where I wasn't getting deployed or sent out that much, and I would go down there every weekend just to hang out at the AMU and learn.
Did you meet any of the famous guys who were famous?
And I'll tell you, I showed up there. I was a private first class out at the infantry unit, up the hill, up at Kelly Hill, and they said, okay, you want to hang out and learn stuff? Here's a broom, sweep the floor. So I swept the damn floor.
Yeah.
By the end of the summer, I was building rifles.
Nice. What did you meet anybody that's kind of like big names now in the shooting world? It's like I said, a lot of people went through there. I don't know if anybody stick out in your mind.
I really don't keep up with the competitive shooting world. For all I know, I met Jerry Micklick out there and didn't know it. I didn't keep up with who was who. I just was there to learn about the guns and become a better shooter.
How long ago was that? When that was?
That was in the that would have been in '94 and '95.
Oh crap! Yeah, you probably did have a really good chance of meeting someone. You probably did, because Max Michel was there. I know probably he might have been there in that time frame. And
there were a lot of great guys that taught me a lot of great things. It's been so long I don't remember very many names anymore.
Right.
And I haven't really kept up with competitive shooting.
Mm-hmm.
I went there not to learn to be a competitive shooter. I went there to learn to be a better infantryman.
Right. Yeah, because that's what they do. That's what their job is. They train all the people who are enlisted, I guess, of being different units or whatever. Yeah. That's like Max was saying, like in an interview, that he would be sitting there and like it was just so crazy because he'd be like, he'd have all the stuff that the team was going to work on that day and shoot, and then all of a sudden, like 2 buses pull up full of like privates, and it's like, okay, you guys got to train these people how to, do this. It's like,
Well,
okay,
it's cool because later in the year, the AMU put out to all the combatant commands at Fort Benning that, hey, we're having a designated marksman clinic, and put in your people you want to send.
hmm
And I went to my commander and said, sir, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I've been going there. I know all these people. I've been going there almost, 2 or 3 weekends a month for the past 8 months. I know all these guys. I've been actually, they've been teaching me a lot. He's like, you did this of your own volition? I'm like, well, yes, sir. I just wanted to, I'm already shooting expert, but I wanted to be even better.
hmm
So they've been nice enough to let me hang out and learn. He's like, all right, I guess you're going to this class then.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
And so he actually called up the brigade commander. He went even over the battalion commander's head. He went through the battalion commander, I'm sure, but he called up, and the brigade commander actually assigned me to, okay, you're going to that class then.
That's awesome.
But it wasn't because I was already designated as a designated marksman or anything. I had good scores, and I was shooting expert, but hadn't really been identified as a designated marksman to that point. But when they found out that I'd been going there of my own accord, it was like, all right, we're sending you to the course, and I actually came out of that class as the honor grad.
Right on. That's awesome.
What we found out later was that these courses that they were teaching at Benning were kind of the prototype for what became the AMU designated marksman training.
hmm
They really hadn't, they had been doing clinics before, but they hadn't really settled in on a designated marksman training. And it wasn't until actually into the 2000s that they really made it in a real common thing. They usually only did it a couple of times a year.
Right. Yeah. If I went to the military, like that probably one of the things I'd really try to get in on, do the AMU.
Oh yeah. Well, these days you can go try out for the AMU.
Yeah. Well, they have all the different things they do, but like they have.
Yeah,
the
I mean now you can go try out. If they like you, they'll then go send you over to a recruiter who will put you through basic, and then you go straight to the AMU after basic.
Really, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Wait, so what do you like? You just go
can
like
go try out for the AMU.
It's like an interview and a shoot.
They'll accept you, and then your first duty assignment in the military is at the AMU.
Huh. What all they do? They do like marksmanship, obviously, but like then they have like the shooting action team, like the kind of stuff that I'm into. So is it like it's multifaceted, I guess?
Every discipline.
Right. Okay.
I mean everything from F class to USPSA and IDPA-ish.
Oh yeah, I'd look like an idiot.
IDPA is USPSA, but I think they're even starting to get into that.
If I went out there anytime soon, I'd look like an idiot floundering around on some stuff for sure. I would be pretty decent at this stuff.
That's fine because first time I went out there, I felt like a damned idiot. I mean, I was an experienced rifle marksman, and they showed me things with rifles that was just way beyond anything I had previously learned.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not looking for you to go out there and just be the guy that wipes the floor with everybody. They're looking for you to go out there and be the guy with the right attitude that can learn from them and have those fundamental skills, have something that they can build off of.
Right. So how do you? I mean, how do you can't just like show up to the range? Obviously, I guess you got to
Now,
be
now,
already.
of course, I'm talking about how they were back in the '90s. I'm not sure how they are today,
Yeah, it's probably
but
pretty.
back then,
Probably,
that's what it was like.
yeah, pretty lax.
I wouldn't even call it lax. They were looking for, did you have that core ability and that core mental skill to learn?
Right. So they're
If
probably
you
looking
did,
more. They're probably just having trouble. There probably wasn't as much interest in it. It's probably why they were like that. I guess like they were trying to get it, growing it.
now don't get me wrong, you had to be good on the trigger.
Yeah.
Period. Amen. But just because if you had a correctable fault, okay, we can accept that. We can correct that. We get what that is. That's not a big deal. And there are limited slots, so it is the top guys that get selected to even take. Back then, even take their courses. Now, to become a part of the unit, and I was asked if I was interested in becoming part of the unit, and I turned it down because, well, I wanted to go do other things, and I wound up doing some other pretty high-speed things. My interest in being there wasn't to become part of the unit; it was to learn from the unit.
Learn the knowledge they had. Yeah, get what you need and then move.
Somebody like you, I would absolutely encourage you to go to one of their open tryouts
We have
if
to look
you're
into that.
at all interested in one becoming actually two is becoming a better shooter. If
Mhm.
number one, you're interested in serving your country.
Absolutely.
If you're not interested in serving your country, you're not going to get through basic training anyway.
Yeah.
Well, you may or may not, but you're not going to get through the first couple of years, for damn sure.
I don't know. I'd love to serve the country. It's just that I also have other interests too, so it's kind of conflicting. It's like, do I do this or do I do that? It's just like,
Do it for a few years. Look, even if you spend 4 years in the military, you have done more for this country than most people will ever do.
that's very true.
And you're a young man. How old are you now?
20.
You know what? On my 20th birthday, the military gave me an M2 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle. They said, you're the driver.
Nice.
That's what happened on my 20th birthday. You're interested in shooting. From what I understand, you're a damn good shooter.
Yeah,
AMU can
on
make
the
you
way
better. Go do one of the open tryouts. And obviously, you wouldn't be so upset if you went to the AMU, would you?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Think you'd live with 4 years of military service while being a competitive shooter
Yeah,
professionally
probably it might end up
as a
signing
soldier?
on. Might even end up signing on for more.
Go down to Benning, take one of their tryouts.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty close. I mean it's not extremely close to me, but it's not a long, horrible drive. So
It's a day's drive, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean look at the actual maps and see what it is for me. Cause I'm a little bit north of Atlanta, northeast of Atlanta. So
It's way less than a day's drive.
I'm saying it's only a few hours. Yeah,
I mean, look,
4 hours I think. I don't know. It's not. It's completely.
Fort Benning to Houston, Texas is a 15-hour drive. I've done it many times.
Mm-hmm.
You're still in Georgia.
Yeah, I'm in state. It's
Go
just
on down, man.
it's a day. It's just a day trip. I want to figure out where I see their Facebook page. I want to figure out like when. Oh, here's their schedule. Okay, or upcoming events.
They do them, I think, once or twice a year, where they do
Okay,
kind
cool.
of an open tryout. You go down there, and if you're good, you will get orders that say when you join the military, you'll probably join as like an infantryman. You'll go through infantry basic. 15 weeks of learning how to be a damn good rifle shooter and be tactically and technically proficient at killing bad guys and not getting killed yourself. And then you'll go to your unit and find out that basic taught me nothing. I have a lot more to learn. But you'll go to the AMU if you pass one of their tryouts and learn from the best. I mean, look at these guys on the competitive circuit.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I was saying just a few moments ago, it's like so many of them. It's surprising. It's like now it's like you're not even surprised. Now I'm not even surprised when I hear them. Like, they're like, oh yeah, but they do like their bio. Like, yeah, I spent some time at the AMU for X amount of years, and then went out into the market and started shooting and all this stuff, and they kind of go their own route, whatever, and how they want to. But obviously they got a good thing going on there because they're putting out that many of shooters at that level. It's pretty impressive.
I mean, I've spoken to you many times. You have the right mental attitude for it. Be prepared to put up with some bullshit.
Yeah.
Be prepared to get your ass kicked in basic training. Be prepared to become a soldier. But if becoming a soldier and all that entails doesn't scare you,
no, it's like fun.
you need to go down there and try out for AMU, or even, hey, consider just joining, getting some years of experience there. You can join for 2 or 4 years, whatever the minimum is now. Even the guys when I was in, that did 2 years and 17 weeks, I think was the minimum enlistment. I
Really?
give those guys a lot more credit than most Americans because they even took 2 years out of their life.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I say that's nothing, but it's not. I mean, to me, it's like, wow, it's not bad at all. Like, I can totally do that.
I will say this, like adding to what Sean's saying. Once Sam looks at it like this, he doesn't matter how old you are. Well, he does to an extent, but basically, if he says you're old enough to join his team, you're old enough to take on responsibility. So, I mean, one day they're gonna, when you get up in rank and you're the supervisor, you're the guy that's looking over. You can't say, well, hey, I'm only like 19, I'm only 20, man. You can't say that.
No.
Because that's what Uncle Sam will say. You're old enough to join my team. You're old enough to take on responsibilities which you think will be like, whoa, 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 I'm only like 20 here, 21. There's no way, and...
Yeah, I was at 20 years old. They gave me a Bradley, a machine gun, and the power to go decimate a small town all on my own, all on my onesies if I wanted to.
Age has never
And
been
not to do something stupid.
Age has never been like well, in some aspects, it does feel like a limiting factor for me because there are obviously some doors that are completely closed because of it. But for the most part, I really don't, think of it that much. It's just like after you, I'm pretty much nearing complete adulthood. It's just kind of like not really an issue anymore, I guess. Except I guess until you get to a certain age where your physical level starts to.
Yeah, that would be me in my 40s now. The guys that I was in with that are still in all have ranks like Command Master Sergeant, and one of them is a colonel on the short list to get his first Brigadier General star.
Nice. Wow. That's pretty cool. See, I don't know if I'd want to do
that. And I stayed in. Well, I wouldn't have the life that I have now, and I wouldn't trade my decisions for the world. But I also wouldn't trade my military service for the world. I spent 8 years in, and it taught me a lot.
Yeah, and that's like what you're saying. Like what you did sounds like pretty much like what I wouldn't mind doing. Because, I mean, a career in the military would be great, but it's like not. I think exactly what I would like to do. Like I don't want to do it for be a career man. For like.
You don't have to be a career man.
Right. Yeah.
You don't. Don't be.
That's what's cool about this. Saying do 2 or 4 years.
And
awesome.
You know what? After you get in, after a few years, you're going to decide. I'm going to stay in, or I'm going to get out.
And then and it's not like you wasted all this time. It's and it was time well spent. In anyways, but you get to decide, and that's it.
And I'll tell you, to this day, when I applied for my last job, having my military experience definitely helped.
Oh yeah, for sure.
because employers do, at least the better employers, do look at that and say, okay, this is a team player.
Yeah, true. Because like even like where I work at a grocery store, it's crazy how many people we hire that have some kind of military, you know, background or are currently in the military or something like that. And it's like just really surprising because you wouldn't expect it, and just that shows you how much
Well,
more shortens the stack for those people to get the
mhm.
job.
And I will say this, like a lot of the guys that I know that have come out, some of them now are getting. One lives in Texas. He's a head senior manager or whatever for places that sells manufactured homes and stuff. And he's got quite a decent house. I mean, it did give him the uplift and the opportunity. I mean, you will if you save your money for those 4 years, you will walk out better than most guys your age that are like taking some part-time jobs. I mean, you will have money to save and maybe enough money to put down on a nice car and
Right, that's the great thing, yeah, because
Oh yeah,
military
and not to mention, like, what I did 4 years in actually had my active duty component. Uh, I signed up for 4 years of active duty, and then I did 4 more years in the guard. But actually, I did 3 years, 9 months of active duty. They put me out 3 months early so that I could start college in time for the fall semester. They gave me an early drop to start college, and they gave me $50,000
well,
towards my college education.
I mean that'd be
And
nice.
actually, by the time it was done, because of the way my contract was written, I actually wound up getting $65,000 toward my college education. And
Well,
as
how
a
much?
result of that, um, I only have $3,000 worth of student loans left instead of $68,000 worth of student loans left.
Right. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. See, I'd be doing it like kind of backwards like that because like I'm already in school now. I'll be graduating. Hopefully, I got to meet my advisor actually here in a few weeks. But hopefully, I'll be graduating next fall. So a year from now or next spring.
I
I
mean,
mean.
you haven't done ROTC. You know what? Go talk to the ROTC instructors on post and tell them, hey, you're thinking about maybe going into the military, and they might give you a good path to go to. You would go into the military as an E4. They would give you a path to go into officer candidate school.
Mhm.
But if you really want to go shoot for AMU, you go try out for AMU first.
Right, and then
AMU, and then you put in a packet for officer candidate
I
school,
think
which, by the way, is walking distance from the AMU.
nice. And then I could be at the AMU and then also
Not to mention, while you're there on post, you might as well go ahead and spend 3 weeks picking up airborne school. And then you can take SEER school, also on post. You
learn
might
how to
have to
jump out of airplanes.
you might have to run over to Fort Rucker, Alabama, just down the road. But there's a lot of opportunities for people who go into some of those what we always call kind of cush assignments.
Mhm.
If you can pass the AMU tryout, the world becomes your oyster, man. At
Yeah, I
least in the
definitely have to
military
work at it
side.
for sure. Like if
Oh yeah, I mean, look, don't go out there dropping magazines unless you intend to drop magazines.
yeah. No, like well, the thing I'd be worried about is the stuff that I haven't gotten experience in yet. Like I'm only. Do you know much about the application that they do, like the tryout, like what it entails?
Not since the '90s.
Right. I'm
yeah.
assuming it's some form of some pistol stuff, rifle, maybe shotgun, and then some long range stuff as well. I'm sure.
You know what? Go onto the AMU website. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's some.
I know I've actually seen that they have some information out there. It's just been a while since I read it.
Right. Because I think that'd be really cool. 'Cause I mean, I always wanted to like joining the military was always like a forethought in my mind even before I started college. But it's just kind of a thing like I was expected to go to college and I kind of wanted to anyways because I was like, I'll just focus on getting an education right now and then I'll decide and it's kind of getting to that point where it's
Like I said, go in. You go in as an E4, having a bachelor's. you spend about 2 years at the AMU, and then you put in your packet and go to officer candidate school. Now, you only go to officer's candidate school if after 2 years of being at the AMU, or whatever assignment you get, you decide that I am willing to spend another 6 years. Because when you go to OCS, it's a 6-year service obligation.
Wait, so after officer candidate school, go where for 6 years?
Whatever you're assigned to. It might be the AMU, it might be an infantry line unit, and you might become a platoon commander, a leader of men.
Mm-hmm.
You might wind up going to God knows what. They could say you have a particular aptitude, and we're going to make you a lieutenant, and then we're going to send you to law school. It just really depends on what you're good at.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think I might. I wouldn't. I don't have doubt myself, but I don't know if I'd enjoy that as much.
Okay, then medical school. Who knows? Or they might say you're going to be a tank commander.
No, that sounds like more fun. Let's destroy stuff. Let's blow stuff up.
Well, and another thing is, you really, you can really, like, there's a lot of things you can learn from. I mean, you're gonna grow up fast. I mean, there's some BS, like Sean was saying. There is some BS.
Oh, yeah.
Not gonna
Do
lie.
not get me wrong. There's a reason I got out after 4 years.
There's some BS.
You will get your ass run ragged. You will sit there, and I wish I had the attitude now. I wish back then I had the attitude that I have now. Because back then you told me to run the buffer across the floor. Buff the floor in the barracks. And I went, this is bullshit duty. God damn, this sucks. Now I look back on it and I think, well, hey, look, we don't have maids in the military. That day it was my job to run the buffer. And so you know what? With the attitude that I have now, I would have realized back then, it is my military duty to buff the damn floor, so I'm going to buff the shit out of this floor, and it's going to look good. Yes, it kind of sucks. I would rather be doing cooler things. But today, this duty falls to me.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I've been doing that for 2 years. Especially during the summer, I do it every night, so that wouldn't bother me a bit. I've been cleaning bathrooms, cleaning public bathrooms, and cleaning floors for 2.5 years now. So.
Not to mention, you will learn how to rodeo ride a buffer.
Oh yeah.
Ours you gotta walk behind. That is kind of the worst part about it.
No. You sit on the buffer and you rodeo ride it, and we see who can stay on for 8 seconds.
Oh, yours is like one of the small ones. It's like a tiller type body, like use like a lawn tiller, that kind of design.
Dude, this thing is an electric motor with a buffer pad underneath it from 1942.
Has a gas engine exhaust coming out, a muffler on the side.
not quite so bad. You do plug it in, and part of the art of riding of rodeo riding the buffer is not ripping the cord out of the wall.
Yes. So we have the 4 machines that like clean the floor. It's pretty heavy, probably weigh.
Yeah, I've seen those ones at the grocery store. No, that's way too high tech.
Yeah, they're pretty fancy. They use just water and like, oh, it has an electrostatic motor that like charges the water and it's what cleans the floor. I'm just like, okay, whatever, just tell me how to use it.
No. This is throwing paste onto the floor, grabbing hold of that buffer, and if your arms aren't sore by the time you're done, you have it done right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will love to wax those floors, man. You will learn to love the wax. And when we say bullshit, you're going to be like, dude, everything's done. And they'll find something for you to do. I mean, either clean out the gutters, repave, or repaint, or...
Yeah, there's always work to be done.
You'll be like this, Sean.
I sat there painting stripes in the parking lot because they were getting dingy from the dust.
That's funny.
And then when you're in charge, your whole objective is when you're on base is to keep the guys busy when you're on duty.
Well, you know, and
Yeah,
I do stuff like
and a
that
good
now.
soldier is a happy soldier.
And you know, I do stuff like that now at work, where even when I work now, and I just think of it this way. I just think, well, I'm like, at least I'm getting paid, and it's a job, you know. So
You already have a much better attitude than I did when I joined. And I had done junior ROTC. I had done Civil Air Patrol. I had done law enforcement explorers and all that stuff, but you know, until I got out of high school. And then I went to college after high school for a while, and then I said, you know what, fuck this, I'm going in the military because that's what I've always wanted to do anyway since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. And then I did it and said, wow, this kind of sucks, but oh, what? Okay, now it's kind of cool because we're shooting live fire in the Bradley.
yeah,
Or now it's kind of cool because I'm walking around with an M60 machine gun and I'm shooting something. Now it kind of sucks because I'm walking around with an M60 machine gun and it weighs 47,000 pounds.
and I'm not shooting anything.
And we're going 14 miles
Yeah.
and I'm not shooting anything.
Yeah.
You know, and my back hurts.
It's funny, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Cause like I was gonna, like I almost did the core program at my school. I considered it, but I wanted to have like my the free time while I was in college to enjoy these few years.
Finish college, consider joining the military, even as an enlisted man. Like I said, you come in as an E4, you come in as a specialist, and you would have the opportunity to try out for the AMU, go to the officer candidate school, even command a platoon, and then in 6 to 8 years, you decide, do I want to stick with this or do I want to get out? Or if you go in as an enlisted man and decide, I don't want to go to OCS, depending on your enlistment, 2 to 4 years, you can say, you know what, I've served my country, I've done my time, and I'm going to go do other things. Fine.
Right.
But you're way ahead of what most Americans will ever do for their country.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun, a lot of opportunity, definitely for sure.
And it will change you.
And it could link in really nice with the degree I'm doing now, anyways, which is criminal justice.
And these days you do have to consider. Look, you might go to Afghanistan, you might go to Iraq, you might go some bad places. Lord knows I did.
Mm-hmm.
Or you might not go anywhere.
Or you might not go to a damn place. Right.
So what's the benefit, like,
being a competitive shooter?
What's the difference between being active duty and then not being, and then being, like, I guess what you said, guard?
You can do the same thing in the guard. You look, it's 1 week in a month and in a 2 week training during the summer.
Wait, so in the guard you don't have all the opportunities to go do all the training and stuff like you.
Oh yeah, guard, you'll do a lot
There's
of that
a lot
training.
of opportunities, but it's not the same opportunities as being active duty.
Active duty, but of course when you're active duty, then you also have the I guess you could say disadvantage of having to live on base, right? Or at least stay really close to the base.
You're gonna live in the barracks room. You're gonna have a bunk and a wall locker. You might have a roommate. You'll probably you go in after college as an E4. You might even get your own room that you share a bathroom with. These days, back when we were in, it was squad toilet. One toilet. One bathroom per floor. Everybody using the same bathroom. 2 to 3 guys to a barracks room until you're an E5. When I was getting out, it was each E4 had his own barracks room that he got to decorate any damn way he wanted to. Put in telephones and cable TV and everything else, and us, 2 rooms were adjoined by a bathroom that I would share with another E4, which we kind of got to pick. Okay, me and him get along. We're going to be bathroom buddies. So he was the adjoining room.
Mm-hmm. Now what? So like, what would be the difference? Like you're talking about going in as E4, whatever. If I graduate now, like my regular 4-year degree.
Once you graduate with a bachelor's degree, if you enlist, you automatically go in to the Army, at least, as an E4.
So yeah, so I'd have to enlist active duty and then I go in as E4.
Right. So you're one step below sergeant. In fact, that your company commander could turn around and say, "Hey, you're a squared away individual. I'm going to promote you to corporal." Now, becoming a corporal doesn't happen that often.
Mm-hmm.
Most people go through directly from specialist to sergeant. I was a corporal for a while, right before I got out, right before I got off active duty. And then I, spent 4 more years in the Guard, and I worked up to E6. But
so what would I enlist as? Like it would just be enlisting as infantry, or was there like what are the options?
I'm not sure what the AMU is doing. If you try it for the AMU and they accept you,
right?
I believe you go to infantry training.
No,
I believe that most of those guys are infantry, but I'm not positive.
No, what if that didn't happen? What if I just wanted to go in first?
You have to take the ASVAB.
Okay.
They decide what you're qualified for.
I've taken it before, but I don't know if it was official. It was administered by the military, but it wasn't like submitted. I guess I don't know. So that would be no problem. I'd take it again.
Do you know what your general technical score was? Your GT.
Oh crap! I can pull it up. I think I actually have the
Do you know
paper.
what percentile you were in?
No, I have no idea. It's been like 5 years, 4 years.
Oh, well, you can take it again because you're allowed to retake it every 2 years. So
Oh, yeah,
right.
you can just go retake it.
I'm just trying to. I have the papers somewhere.
But I'm just saying, if you can't spell, they'll just put you in the Marines.
Here it is. I think this is it. There's so many documents down here. I don't even know what's what. This might become embarrassing. My scores might have been bad back then. I don't know, but this was a long time ago. So.
Or if you can't spell, you just.
Yeah, a 100 basically means that you know how to tie your shoes. A 120 means that you can have any job in the military and you are a freaking genius.
If you get like in the 30s or 40s.
A 130 is the world is your oyster. We're gonna make you a goddamn general soon.
All right, so I had what score do I need to look at?
If you got like if you're in the 30s to 60s.
I don't see like a general score. I just see like a bunch of scores for different areas.
There should be a line that says GT or General Technical.
Maybe it's on another sheet. That's something else. That's something else. That's something else.
Yeah, the GT score is what they really care about for assigning jobs.
Okay, so I took it my junior year. It wasn't that long ago, so it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago to the date, almost, or 3 years and 11 months. Oh, the military entrance score? Is that it? The AFQT?
Okay, that's your general score. What'd you get there?
70.
Okay. Do you see on the line items? Do you see one that says GT?
What's your final score? What is your final score on your bottom right-hand side?
He said it was a 70.
A 70?
Yeah.
Well, that leaves you some options. I mean, you're in the 70s.
And hopefully I'd do better the second time, and 3 years later.
But if you're in the 70s, you could. I would take a look at there's a book or whatever they have. You can go online and they'll let you know what you're eligible for. So I would go online, look at their home webpage, or talk to, or if you don't want to, but if you can have the option to talk to the recruiter, say, hey, I got a 70, and he'll pop up your score, and he'll let you know what you're available for.
Right, but that was the overall 70. The GT is really what they use for determination of MOS.
See, I don't see that. See, there's all right off of the two. They have two sections, and they have subsections under each of those two. The first one is career exploration scores, and there's only
Right.
three
Do you
listed.
see one that says technical?
Science and technical skills.
There you go.
The way they ranked it was compared to other 11th graders at the time.
Okay.
So I scored in the 71 percentile of. So I beat 71% of the 11th grade students.
Okay.
So there's not.
Yeah,
it's not-
I would recommend you retake the test.
Oh yeah, obviously I don't think this was like an official. I mean, it was the official test, but it wasn't like wasn't held to the same result standards, I guess, because it was just it was free tests, and they were just like wanting people to take it to have who had interest in it. So it was free, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it. So
Right. So the reports that they give people are in percentile base, where the ones that you actually use are score based.
Oh, here's a.
I was in the 98th percentile, and I had a 126 GT.
Well, there's one here that's
To put it in perspective, to go be a helicopter pilot in the military, you have to have a 110 GT.
How does it go up to? Like,
And
I thought
they
it was 100.
cap at 130.
Oh, so the way they did ours is by percentage. So I'm assuming the actual one's different.
Yeah, if you get like a 130, you'll never get the recruiters to leave you alone. That's the only downside.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I was in the 99th percentile. I had a 126 GT. I had the Navy guys coming at me to go, play with nuclear reactors. You would not believe how shocked the guy at the MEP station was when I said, I want to be infantry.
Yeah. It's like, what?
I mean, it looked like his face was going to slide off of his skull.
So I
He
beat.
said, no, forget all those other jobs you're talking about. I want to shoot things.
So I had one. You said general technology. There's one here called general science. I don't know how similar that is, but I beat out 82% of the 11th grade class there.
Oh, what your general technology? Okay, that's your GT.
It said general science, so I guess that's the same thing.
I'm not sure.
I don't know, but that's only at my school, I think.
I mean, it used to be called general technical.
Yeah. Well, they have mechanical comprehension, auto and shop information, electronics information, mathematics knowledge.
All right, so to develop those scores like the GT score, they take your mechanical, your math, they take a bunch of those line items that you're looking at and slam them all together and decide what your score is in each of those, what we call line items on your ASVAB. And they were used a little bit differently in the military than they're given to you as a civilian test taker.
Okay, yeah, right, because it's obviously a lot different for me when I took it this time.
And obviously, look, you've spent some time in college now.
Yeah, definitely.
Graduate and retake the test.
Exactly.
Retake the test. But if you don't, I mean, you'll go on there like an E4, and you'll be able to I'm just saying, I mean, you can always, you'll have, if you want, you could put it off. You have opportunities to move up or switch MOS or whatever if you want. If your score is high enough, they'll let you do it.
I mean, look, you come in with a bachelor's degree.
Right.
That means that you're automatically qualified to go to officer candidate school.
Sweet.
You come in as an E4, you spend a little time, then you go to your commander and say, hey, I want to go to OCS. He writes you a letter of recommendation. Then you go to your brigade commander. You go to the colonel and you say, "Sir, I would like to go to OCS." All right, sit down, have a cup of coffee, let's talk. And you sit there and you talk to him, and his ranks come off, man to man. Let's talk about you going to OCS.
Mhm.
And you talk to him very frankly and honestly, and he writes you a recommendation. I was actually given approval to go to OCS. I went through all the stuff to do it.
Wait, what's CS?
And then then I went to my wife and said, "Baby, I've got two options. I get out of the military, or I go to officer candidate school." And
Oh, you
my
probably-
wife
Sorry, go ahead.
and my wife said, "Oh, I'm not too sure about it." And then 9/11 happened, and my wife said, "It's me or the military," and I chose my wife.
It's me. Oh, I thought you were like, it's me or the military. I thought you said that to your wife during
No, that's what my wife said to me.
So you,
Oh.
It's
you're
me or the
saying,
military, and I chose to remain. I chose to go
remain
ahead and
married.
get married.
So when you say
Oh,
when you say CS, you're talking about officer school. You're just shortening it. 'Cause I thought you were talking
OCS, officer candidate school.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about something completely different. I'm like, wait, I thought we were talking about officer school, and then you're saying CS. I'm like, what?
Yeah, OCS, officer
gotcha.
candidate school.
Gotta love those three letter abbreviations.
You'll learn a lot of them
Yeah.
if you go into the military, man.
Yeah. That's the way that's the way the company is. The retail store I work for now, they love those things.
Oh, I'm just gonna tell you that you just be prepared to be like, man, we just painted this, and now like a month already, like within 3 weeks, oh, you got to repaint that again. So you get the paint chipper.
It's okay. It's okay.
Like I said, I have been in the parking lot with a paint roller repainting the white stripes because they were painted a month ago and the dust blew across and they got dingy.
Yeah, I will say that is pretty ridiculous, but hey, you know.
But you just have to accept that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
It's just like,
Look,
okay,
we want to have a good-looking parking lot, and
I'm gonna be the one to make it look
today
like
it's
that.
my job. And because, well, they have nothing better for me to do, and they want me to do something, fine. And
Hey,
once
I'd be
you
happy.
accept that there is going to be a level of bullshit in the military,
And they could just
when you accept that into your heart, that I'm going to have to put up with some silly bullshit, and then you go, yeah, but somebody's got to do this bullshit.
Yep,
If you accept that and bring it into your heart,
you'll be okay.
then the military really ain't that bad.
Yep. Hey, they could stick me on the. I'm sure the AMU, they have their. I know they do because I watched their Facebook page. They have their reloading.
Oh,
They could stick me in there making ammo. I'd be happy. Like,
well, like I said, I showed it to CMU. They said, "Who the fuck are you?" I said, "I'm the infantry guy from up on Kelly Hill. I just wanted to come out here and learn stuff." And they said, "You want to learn something? Learn to sweep this floor." And they handed me a broom, and you know what? I said, "All right, that's what it takes." And I swept the shit out of that place. And then the next thing you know, they were saying, "All right, well, here's a bunch of AR-15 parts. Here's a
clean
bunch of M16 parts. Sort them out. Put them in
And
these bins."
And
All right,
clean.
so I-
You will clean.
and then I would sit there going, "What the hell spring is this?" And I'd go up to the guy and say, "I don't even know where to put this damn thing." He's like, "That's the M16 that you use every day, and you're telling me you don't know what that spring is?" I'm like, "No, they never let me take it apart." God damn it, you're an idiot. So what fucking spring is this? That's the fucking magazine catch spring.
Right.
Okay.
But if you
Gotcha.
go to, I'm
And
sorry.
I spent a couple of weeks doing that stuff, and they harassed and hazed me and treated me like a damn idiot. And then all of a sudden, it was like, "All right, we're gonna build up a competition 1911. Come over here. I'm gonna show you how to use Rouge to fucking fit a
Slide or a barrel.
fucking slide up to the frame."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm gonna learn something real now. And
Yeah.
Yep.
you-
I'm sure they have
you pay
people
your-
that are.
You have to
that are
pay those
in-
dues, man.
I'm sure they have people in the AMU that do that kind of stuff that are like that stay there for a while. that are older, like who obviously gotta have a lot of experience for that kind of like guns and things like that for sure.
And then after they taught me how to, fit a slide to a frame on a 1911 to where it just ran better than any Cabot you ever saw, they said, "Now get the damn broom and sweep the floor again."
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Gotta keep you humble.
And be prepared to fall in love with the greeny weenies, the little greeny scrub, Russian scrub sponges.
Greeny. Oh, I know what you're talking about. They're kind of like a real hard sponge.
Like a sponge, yeah. Get rid
Yeah,
of
I
those
mean,
green-
Kind of a Scotch Brite Pred type
I'm
deal,
already-
but not quite as abrasive.
I'm already very
It's
familiar.
the
I'm already very familiar with those. We use that at our store to clean like scuff marks off the floor.
yeah scuff marks, the little greeny weenies. They're like little.
Ours are brown. We call them doodle bugs.
Oh my god, man! We used to call them greeny weenies in the Navy. Like, get out there and just
They suck.
scrub.
Yeah, and it's like you want it to be more abrasive, but it can't because it'll mess up the floor. So you're just like sitting there like clean, and it's like not doing anything. Or it is. It takes forever.
And you will. And then if you were ever to get like sent overseas, let me tell you, man.
I mean, Huss, you hear this guy's attitude. I think he'd be a damn good soldier.
Oh yeah, you'd be a good damn soldier. Just don't say when you go into basic that you got lost on your way to college. That's the worst thing you could say.
Don't tell anybody in basic that you've been through college, because then you're college boy. Don't do that.
And
Okay.
don't try to be.
Yeah. Why are you in E4 already?
Because I got lost on the way to college, sir.
No, when you go to basic, hell, the biggest mistake I made when I went into basic was wearing my E3 rank. I should have just kept the rank on, don't wear the fucking rank.
Aren't you supposed to? Like, aren't you required to, or can you like wear? They give you the other ones.
Well,
So
basically,
they ever asked me to put that shit on my collar, I was hey, I was an E3, so I put it on my collar. I shouldn't have.
and basically, another thing is, don't sound like you're smart. Like, don't be the smartest person in there because you will be pointed out.
all the time.
Oh, yes.
They'll
When
be
you
like,
go
oh,
to
if you're so smart,
basic,
then do this,
be
answer this.
Mr. Invisible.
Right.
Do not try to be like, I know. Well, there's nothing wrong with being intelligent, but once you, you will be.
Picked on.
Basically, what Sean said, just be invisible because a lot
you
of
won't
guys.
be picked on. You'll just be expected to do more.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to the week where you have to go and work on the base, like clean dishes and stuff like that, and oh, you got a college degree, what the hell?
Yeah,
You'll
you're
just-
gonna
you'll
shovel
be in the
shit
spotlight.
today.
Yeah, you'll be in the spotlight. That's all. We're not picked on, but you'll be in the spotlight.
Right. Squeaky wheel gets the oil, right? So
Like I said, if you go through infantry basic, just when you show up, for goddamn sure don't sew your rank on. You use the pin-ons, and when you go to your first unit, when you go to your basic training unit, take that shit off, put it in your pocket, pretend like you're like everybody else, and then if the drill sergeant says, "Why aren't you wearing your rank?" Because I wanted to be like everyone else, drill sergeant. He will either tell you okay, or he will say, "Put on your fucking rank."
yeah.
Just depends on the attitude of your drill instructor, and I would just honestly, if you want to show you have some balls, just say, "Why are you here?" Say, "You got lost on the way to college, sir."
Yeah.
I would not pull that.
I don't know if I'd feel like doing
in the
100.
infantry.
I don't know if I'd feel like doing 100 push-ups off the
No,
rival bus.
do not. I'm sorry, that might work in the Navy. It ain't gonna work in the infantry.
You were to say that, all I gotta say is like a lot of guys some guys would respect you for having balls. Some would say you're pretty stupid, but
Yeah. Why are you here? Because assholes knocked down 2 towers in New York, dropped an airplane on the Pentagon, and some heroes stopped one and crashed it into Pennsylvania.
Yep.
I just feel like
Might make the drill sergeant cry right there.
Oh my God, I'm just that.
Now, of course, me being me, I was already in the military when a buddy of mine from high school went in, so I sent a letter to him with, in basic training, with on the outside, "Hi, I'm PFC Karana from, from Delta Company, 1st Battalion, 38th Infantry, uh, you know, Kelly Hill, Fort Benning, Georgia,
Yeah.
infantry type 1 each. Smoke the shit out of Private Wiltz, please. Thank you, Drill Sergeant." Yeah, he never forgave me for that. So, yeah, smoke the shit out of him before you let him have this letter.
Why would he do it just for fun? Like that's why Drill Sergeant did it.
Hey, guy going through school to go be a helicopter mechanic, his drill sergeant gets a note from an infantryman who's in a line unit saying "smoke the shit out of this guy." Guess what happens?
Yep.
Drill sergeants will smoke you for any possible reason, especially when your buddy just said "smoke you." I'm smoking you.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know what being smoked means, you will.
Oh, just getting yelled at pretty much in your face, right?
No.
Oh.
It means being PT'd until you reach complete muscle failure. You cannot do another push-up. You cannot do another flutter kick. You cannot even stretch. You cannot move. You have been physically torn down to muscle failure of every part of your body. And then in 3 days you will be stronger.
Right. After you can move.
And I will say this: when I came out of basic and I was able to go onto the bars, I was like 19. I was able to go, out on my own. The unwritten rule is if in some of the towns, these cities, smaller cities, that if you show up with your military ID, you're gonna get I'm not saying whatever your age is, but for me, the reason why I loved it because in Chicago, when I showed my ID, I had never got turned down a drink when I went into a bar. As soon as I laid that ID
like when I was in, they had you had to flip the ID over to the back to see the date of birth. No one ever flipped it over.
No, it's like it's like an
They
unwritten
just
rule.
looked at the military ID, said, "I don't know where to look for the date of birth, but this military ID, fuck it, go in." Unless you were just off post. If you were in a military town, of course, then they were to look for it.
Yeah.
However, I had an unfortunate incident with my ID card when I was 20 years old. It was destroyed.
Oh no, that's
and
not
I
good.
had to go to my buddy who worked in the ID card section. And somehow he accidentally
Made you a new ID.
put the wrong date of birth by 1 year on
Oh.
my identification card.
On
So
the new
my
one?
military ID, for some reason, when I was 20, said that I was 21.
Hmm. It's good to know, people.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, now it's all been computerized,
Right.
so that shit doesn't happen anymore.
Comes straight off of your birth certificate or whatever.
It comes off of your military personnel record, rather than, unless you're really, really good friends with the clerk, he would have to overwrite the date, as opposed to type it in and, oops, I'm sorry, I hit the wrong key.
Missed keystroke. Darn.
Born in 1973, not 1974. Oops.
Yeah. Like when I was in Chicago, I had my ID, and I'd go walk into a bar, walk into a strip club, and they just end up serving me because once they see the ID, they know what you're not gonna say anything. You're gonna say, "Oh yeah, somebody served me." You're not gonna go to your superiors and be like, "Oh yeah, I got served alcohol," or no, you wouldn't do that anyway. So I mean, and on top of that, they would just welcome you anyways because that's money. The more people they brought in,
Now, I will say this: the military is vastly different now than it was when I joined.
it's more PC. It's more PC.
It is definitely a lot more PC. Um,
Even
it-
I've been out
it-
for.
and it has become, I would say, a lot more single soldier friendly. We used to have an initiative called BOSS, Better Opportunities for Single Soldiers. I actually wound up being the brigade boss rep. And the whole idea was to start treating single soldiers who lived in the barracks more like the soldiers that had families and lived in base housing or off post.
Right.
That has really, from what I understand, become more ingrained.
So like you can almost
Guys
live
who live in the barracks are treated a lot better than they were when I was in.
Yeah, like I've been out for over 13 years, and it's from what I've seen guys that have gotten out like 3, 4 years ago, the military has become more PC. As like some of the old guys that were getting out didn't even like the military that was when I was in because it's changed. It was PC when I was in, but not to the level now that I see. I mean, the old guys would tell you could basically almost say anything you wanted, and nobody would say, "Oh, you're a sexist," or. I guess what I'm trying to say is just PC.
If you heard some of the running cadences that I used to sing in an infantry unit, oh my God, I'd be sued.
And that's what turned off a lot of guys I would say it turned off a lot of guys who could make the Army, Navy, and or Air Force, whatever branch, better. But a lot of them has just left because the turnoff was because the PC crap. It was like, oh, you can't say this, say it in this way.
I mean, look at it this way: the idea of women going to Ranger School was laughable. Now we have 2 graduates.
Yeah, I mean it's laughable because people say, "Oh my God, Ranger School." Everybody goes like through Ranger School. It's like, well, yeah, I understand, but the thing is like they have to make it fair so she can pass. And under this administration, if they didn't have any pass, their asses beat grass. I made a little rhyme there, but you get what I'm saying.
Of course, there is some additional information on that thing. Usually in Ranger School, your fellow Rangers, your fellow Ranger candidates, get to peer people out. I have it on good authority that our female Ranger candidates did not have to go through the peer review.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. That does make sense because you would go through, hey, is this the kind of person?
The other students in your Ranger class, the other potential Rangers, would do peer reviews on everyone in the class, and certain people, if they had bad enough peer reviews, would not pass, even though they had passed everything
else. Wow. So
and from what I have been told by some people who I trust, the female Ranger candidates did not go through peer review.
Yeah, but the other thing is for me is that I have to imagine that it's like when you had an athlete in my college, when you had an athlete in your class, and the professor would say, well, not to make this, like, we'll make the whole class easy. So, like the professor would say, extra credit, or would do things so it would make it easier for that athlete to pass. So, I'm thinking that they would have to have done similar things, like you just mentioned, for this female to pass.
Well, don't get me wrong. From what I understand, they also did not reduce the standards. They didn't say that you had to only pass the female PT test. No, you had to pass the male standards.
Okay, well, I'm not doubting that, but I'm
From
just.
what I understand, they had to pass everything on par with everyone else. It was only the peer review that they were given the pass on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I can, to an extent, understand why. However, I don't agree with it.
Well, didn't Israelis try something with putting women on the front lines? And I was thinking, like, the Israelis tried it.
Look, we've got
And
women combat pilots now. We've got. I have met plenty of women who I know very damn well could pass any bit of training I ever did, and who I would have given approving peer reviews to. They are very few and far between. Just because when you're an infantryman, the physical strength needed to do the job, you have got to be a pretty exceptional person to pass some of the training that I've been in. And women are generally not as strong as men. It's just a physiological fact. But
Well,
that's generally speaking. There are
Sean,
exceptional cases.
Sean, there has been women who've gone into combat with men, and a lot of them have said, well, this is not for me, once they've been in it, and they ran alongside men.
Hey, look, I would fail the women's marathon. I would fail the women's decathlon.
Oh, so would I.
You know, like I said, I'm not saying that there are not plenty of women out there that would kick my ass, because I know very well that there are.
I think that they all should have the same opportunity, but that they shouldn't be held to any less standards.
There you go.
That is precisely my point. And like I said, what I was told was that they did not have to suffer the peer review, and that bothers me. And I don't know that to be a fact, but I was told it by a ranger instructor who I've known for many years, since I was active duty. And he's a person that I trust.
But Sean, the only thing that worries me is the drama that starts when you have a woman, because when women and men get together, you need to work as a team, which I'm not saying that women are not able to work as a team. I know plenty of them that are smart and intelligent and run corners around me. However, like in the workplace or at school, we have all noticed when you have women and men together, it doesn't work well because of personal interest. And when you're out there, you need everybody to be on the same page and to get along. When you throw opposite sex together, you run the risk of things going foobar.
Yes.
That's the only thing that concerns me, and I could see that becoming a problem.
Well, and what concerns me more than anything is we're up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We've been in a foxhole together for the past 3 weeks. And us getting potentially more interested in each other than scanning our sector.
Yes, that can happen. And it happens, and the evidence that you and I know about, it happens on the base. So let's say it's not going to happen out there in the field. You know, it's
But but I
but
will
that
say
alone
this:
will cause trauma. That will cause.
that is not a new thing. It's been going on for quite some time.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, uh, Bosnia, '96. I was assigned to guard duty at our base camp with females. And I can definitively tell you that with one particular female, I might have been in dereliction of duty quite often.
Oh, that's funny. I like the way you put that.
But the other thing is then when you have women in combat and there's a bunch of men, depending on the ratio that they put together, there will be guys that say, well, I don't want to get charged with anything, so they'll be so worried about whether, if did I approach this woman wrong? Did I, not show her the same uh, appreciation or equality like I did the other guys or something like that? There's always that. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! I don't want to be in with a infantry or a squad or on a submarine with a woman because I run the risk of getting in trouble, or I run the risk of, you know, just basically that. That's what my concern is.
Having said that, I also firmly believe that I never put my post in danger. There was always appropriate watch on my sector. However, I may have done things that would have, I definitely did things that would have never happened had I had a male counterpart. I would have been more effective at my job.
Well, I know guys when I was in basic training that got in trouble for watching the all female division working out on the courtyard. In trouble. They got literally in trouble. So if somebody says, "Well, man, don't do this, don't do that," and or there'll be that, "Well, you only picked her to do that because you're in love with her, and you guys are seeing each, and it's going to cause drama out there."
Yeah. At Sand Hill, there was no opportunity for that. Infantry school, no women.
And some guys are going to be like, "Well, what the hell?"
I've spoken to my buddies who have been through, basic and AIT and mixed platoons. And, God, talk to anybody in one of the Pogue MOSs who was in a mixed platoon of men and women, and, well, there were things going on that the military doesn't necessarily condone.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I can see it now. It goes out there, and some guys will start saying, "Well, the reason why we got lost most of our guys because our squad leader and our was more interested in making sure his girlfriend on the side was safe." So that's going to happen. That is going to happen.
That was the original narrative on quote unquote the Israeli experiment.
Yeah, that's what happened in the Israeli experiment because they were realizing that they were losing a lot more males because the males were going out of their way to save the females, and they were losing.
However, if you look at the Israeli military now, they have become pretty much fully integrated. They're still a very effective force.
There was a retired colonel who taught at my high school, and a woman, and she was against women being in like active duty roles like that, like fighting, because she believed that because of the same study you said, Nick, that was done, because that the men would not, complete the mission as well or at all because of the trying to.
Yeah, they would go out of their way. They did a survey and they would like go, well, we're losing unwarranted casualties because they said
But
no, the men would go out of the.
but here's the question: would I go any less out of my way to protect my brother?
Man,
No,
right?
no, you wouldn't. But we're just applying a study.
Right, and that's what I think some of these studies have failed to see, which is why I'm not completely against the idea of female infantry.
Right, and I mean, there's also outside. Also, for like the study, there's got to be tons of outside variables that couldn't all been factored in.
I am highly dubious of it, and I do not currently support it.
Mm-hmm.
However, I am not completely foreclosed to the idea, but it's going to take a lot more evidence to get me on board with it.
Yeah, it'll take me a lot more evidence. I'm just like that with you, Shauna, that I have to see the complete evidence. I'd have to see the complete trial runs. If they do it like separate women infantry and then the men infantry only, then
I
would be
know that when I was
perfectly.
in the infantry and the culture that I came up in the infantry, no way in hell. If that culture has substantially changed, I'm going to need to hear about it because I talk to current infantry guys all the time. And while the culture has definitely changed from when I was in, it hasn't changed that substantially.
Well, here's the other thing, though. My friend I have two friends that are in infantry. Here's the thing that they're worried about. If you have a woman, let's say there's a man injured, and that woman is not strong enough, and this will be the concern of other guys. He's injured, and the guy dies. Where one of the fellow infantry said, if you would have had a man on there that was stronger, then that guy would have would have been able to pull out of there.
Like I said, there are women out there that can kick my ass.
Yeah, I believe, and I'm not debating that.
I will never, ever condone any program that says that a female infantry person doesn't have to meet the exact same male standard as every other infantryman. If you want to be infantry, you have to meet the same standard.
Yeah, and that's my point.
So what happens if they do? They meet the male standard.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Then I have far less
in here late, so I don't know if you guys addressed it, but my concern is from the logistics supply side. It's two different kind of uniforms going up. It's two different kinds of latrines, two different kinds of medical. Imagine the medical, two different kinds of diet, perhaps. There's a heck of a lot of supply that needs to be doubled, and an army marches on its stomach. The tip of the sword, means that
if you cannot meet the male standard, you have no business being there. I will give one caveat.
I said if they do meet the male standard,
we're going to have to add one more class of supply, the tampon. I'm willing to accept that we have to add one class of supply, the tampon. That's it.
Now, there's other countries that do it, but I suggest that that's like comparing a state's guard with the country's army. That's the little tiny state or a little tiny country that's the size of one of our states. I'll bet you they can mobilize the resources to send every one of their people up to the front, not just because of necessity, but because they're able to do that. It's a little tiny mission. Of course you can do it. Mission accomplished. But
if you require any more support, then we're just going to add one more class of supply, the lowly tampon. Then I'm opposed. If you can meet every physical standard consistently, then I'm open to considering it.
I think he think he got upset and left.
Huh? G-Webs? No, he probably had to go
Or
do
dropped
something.
out. He didn't get upset. Probably dropped out. Yeah.
Probably dropped out. He
Dang it.
was in
I was
another
trying-
chat before this, so.
I was just trying to incite some
Well,
righteous fighting.
maybe his cat got out. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I think he bumped out for a second. Probably closed the wrong tab. He's got like 4 monitors going or something.
Yeah. Who knows? Oh well.
He's
But yeah, I
going
agree with what you're saying,
Tampa.
Sean. Exactly. Yeah. It's just this is the level that's been. This is the level of performance that's been expected and it's been set for forever. And
I
everybody else can achieve it, so can you.
that required level of performance.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we'll see when it gets all said and done. You know what the problem is. We don't know until we run it through. So, but the thing is not a whole lot of women are going to be volunteering for it, though.
Right.
You know,
Not like
the small,
everyone's
minute, and the women who do volunteer for it, I would say the appeal level is.
Hey, look, they had 2 women pass ranger school out of how many that actually started?
Okay.
Well, go ahead. But I was just gonna say that yeah, I don't think most women are overzealous to trade in their credit cards to go shoot a rifle and roll around in the mud.
Oh no. There are plenty that are willing. It's just if you were able
It's not.
meet the full standard.
I'm just saying if you're thinking of a girl that's part of the like 80 pie, gonna be going to one of those, the sorority girl right there that I've dreamed about in my college days and going out for infantry school or something, you're mistaken.
But at the same time, I think saying that like there's not that many that are interested in or applying for it. Maybe it's because it's never been encouraged or whatever. It's always been like kind of not hasn't been seen as part of the norm for
And plus,
that behavior.
the reason why women are complaining about not being able to get into infantry school, one of the main reasons is to get up and rank. Because there's some of the other places, there's like, it's pretty hard to get up and rank because a lot of people want to get into it. And so there are women who be like, well, I'd love to move up in rank. So they look at it and doing infantry because not a lot of guys stick around for infantry, or it's you'd rather go out and there are more guys wanting to go out and have a desk job or be inside air conditioning units than be out in some of the places where it's mostly a male. So
I love working outside. I mean, yeah, it's a lot more. It can be more strenuous physically, but the only reservation I have about it is that I don't want my body to be like.
Caleb, if you're like me and Sean at our age, you like playing bingo inside. So.
Yeah, true.
You're like, oh no.
No, I love working outside.
That's just not right.
The only thing I just hope, like anything I do in the military, out of the military, any job, because I'll be in obviously criminal justice, still can be pretty field heavy. I just don't want to end up at the end of my career, and end of my prime time, and my body be completely dilapidated.
Caleb, you can, like I said, there'll be an extra spot with me and Caleb at the VFW hall, sharing a cooler full of beers, playing bingo.
Right. Yeah. I'd like to be able to still I'd like to be able to run and gun when I'm still like in my 50s.
Oh, you can do that, Caleb. But I'm just saying, you're more than welcome to like.
Yeah, but you're a naturally skinny guy. You're more likely to do that than me.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, still all joints wear out.
Well,
of course, I guess more weight, go faster.
I was 6'3" when I joined the Army. When I got out, I was 6'1.5".
Uh-huh.
Rucksacks are a motherfucker.
Wait, you were half tall when you went in?
6'3".
You lost 2 inches of height from carrying on a rucksack. Holy crap.
Well, an inch and a half, but yeah.
Right. That's still a lot for that
Oh,
period of time, too.
but like I said,
Because
Sean,
compress your spine.
you're more than welcome to help yourself to any of my beers in my little mini cooler when we go to the VFW hall for bingo.
All right, well, come on out, GRPC. In Phoenix, we have the presidential suite. The booze will be flowing.
Well, hey, I'm talking about bingo, winning money and drinking a couple of beers before the bingo thing starts. And
Number 4.
hey,
40? Did you say 40?
yeah, and me and Sean will win back our beer money. Oh yeah. Hopefully though they
That's sad.
hand
I
out
hope-
gift certificates though.
I hope I'm not like that when I'm that old. Like,
Oh,
if
what?
I am, I'll be doing something else besides bingo, that's for sure. I'll be doing something
Oh.
that's at least worth my time.
Oh my God! Get yourself a nice little pickup truck and have your young ones drive you there, and because they'll be able to use the pickup truck and tell them, do what you got to do, come back and
No,
pick you up when the.
I'll be having my young ones drive me to the deer stand or to the fishing pond.
I'm far too busy in the legislature and the courts fighting for the right to bear arms to
Go play bingo.
time at the VFW hall.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever, Sean. When you reach that age, and I'm sitting right next to you, I'm gonna be like,
That's
you remember when you said that?
That's
And
Sean's
you-
goal when he's in his golden years after all of his dreams have been realized with all the legislative stuff. He'll be able to pull up to the bingo hall in his electronic wheelchair with 2 miniguns on the side and
No,
a grenade launcher.
don't get me wrong. I'll be able enough to when I got my nice little extended cab Ford F-150 pickup truck, and I tell my young ones hey, my next of kin, hey, you can drive this truck
F-150.
around.
F-150. What? What's this week's sauce? I got at least 250, man.
All right, 250 extended cab, okay.
That's
And
that's a good middle ground.
4 weeks off.
I love
and
it.
when Sean goes, where did you get that free membership, free trial membership for this golf course? I'm like, well, you should have gone to bingo.
Every
Should've gone
Tuesday.
Yep, every Tuesday I'd be like, you should have gone to bingo.
I have quit playing golf. The first time I played golf, I got a double eagle on a par 5. I figure I cannot go up from that. I'm done playing golf.
And then I'll be using, and he said, how did you get here? I was like, well, I used my free gas card that I won at the VFW hall. It was part of for the grand prize winner, free trial membership.
You're
with
not
gas
playing
card.
golf anymore, Sean, at all?
Dude, I two-stroked a par 5, double eagle on a par 5. I'll
That's-
never do that. I quit.
Hey, that just means you gotta find
Oh,
a better
man.
course, man. Gotta find a better course.
Well,
That's one thing I love about the competitive shooting. It's it's different every time. Something fresh makes you think on your not on your feet. You obviously get.
I am far more likely to start competitive shooting than to play golf again.
hey, Sean, are you a VFW member or American Legion?
No.
Oh, well, bad for you then. So when you go in there and you're like, man, Nick, where did you get the Speedway gas card or something? I'm like, well,
Why I can walk? I can walk in there and belly up to the bar anytime I want. So why bother joining?
and I'd be like, where'd you get the cool flare on your hat? Well, you know what? You didn't go to VFW. You didn't get the free trial membership. You didn't get the Walmart gift card, and everybody dogs on that, but I think that stuff's cool.
So I got these free books, right? That I told you guys to give out. I got 3 of them. I wonder if anybody's ever heard of them. One of them, probably not. Okay, 2 of them are novels, I think. One of them is called The Pardon, and it's written by James Grippando. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. It's called The Pardon. Maybe it's some kind of prison book. I don't know, or governmental. And then I got another one called When All the World Was Young, written by Farrell Sams. I think that's a military kind of story. Because it said something about, I'll flip through a couple pages, and That's what it looked like.
Mm. You know, I wish they would have turned Rambo into a comic book series or did a mini series on HBO. What say you, Sean?
No.
What? They should have definitely made Rambo into a mini
Fix something
series.
that's not broke. Don't try to fix something that's not broke. Don't create a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. So then this other book I got is called White Eagle, Red Star. And it's about the Polish and Soviet War from 1919-1920.
Oh, damn, that's cool, man.
Written by Norman. Yeah, check this out. It looks pretty awesome. The cover. Let me turn my camera on. Written by Norman Davies.
Well, just make sure you're dressed, man. I don't want to know.
It looks pretty awesome.
Hold on, man.
It's like a $32 book. And it's paperback. I was like, what the heck?
Nice.
It's like a history book though. I think it's more a history, like factual. By this guy's account, anyways. Yeah, it says Norman Davies gives a full account of the war with its dramatic climax in August 1920 when the Red Army, sure of victory, blah 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 blah, Red Army was crushed by a devastating Polish attack. Since known as the Miracle on the Vistula, it remains one of the most decisive battles of the Western world. That's what the book's about. Sounds pretty interesting. Hopefully I'll have time to read all these. Like, I used to read like crazy in high school because I had the extra time. And now, I mean, I still have the time if I would just make it, but I just got other things I'm doing, so,
Oh, dang it. Oh, dang
Right.
nuggets.
Have you read Atlas Shrugged yet?
I've heard of it. Someone was just talking to me about that the other day.
Read that book.
Atlas Shrugged, yeah. Look it up now. What's
It's
it
too
actually
bad
about?
it didn't give.
About it.
It was. The movie was never popular, but Atlas Shrugged is pretty
It's
really.
by Ayn Rand.
Dude, yeah, Ian Rand. It was.
It's about the government picking winners and choosers.
Ayn Rand. But
It really nailed the point on big government and everything. It was.
oh, absolutely.
Is it pretty, okay, so it's an actual, like, novel. It's not like
It's
not boring.
It never got any credit because most of Hollywood's liberal, and there was no way that they were going to guarantee it'd never become a popular movie and everything else.
Yeah, this was just definitely the objectivist movement.
Mm-hmm.
It really nailed some key points. It was about the government picking winners and losers, and just it's really a great all-around book. I mean, that'll just really change your mind. You're like, oh, holy crap.
Somebody was telling me about a good book the other day at work, especially since it's kind of...
Don't say Ann Coulter. I'm not a big Ann Coulter
Let
fan.
me finish my sentence, dang it.
Okay, man.
And, since it aligns with my interest, like in forensics, it was called Stiff, but it was like about dead bodies, and I don't remember who wrote it. I can't remember. I had it wrote down about Mary Roach. Yeah. And apparently the person who recommended it said it was pretty good. It's got high ratings, it looks like, but
Yeah.
no, it's nonfiction though. It's probably pretty might be a little cut and dry. I don't know.
It was the best book I ever read was one of my first books that I actually read all the way through was called The Dreyfus Affairs, and that was pretty good.
Dreyfus.
Yeah, it was Dreyfus Affairs.
Dreyfus.
Dreyfus, yes.
Dreyfus. I think you say Dreyfus, don't you? Isn't that how you're supposed to pronounce it?
Well, we all know what we're talking about, man. It's all love.
Right, Dreyfus
But,
Affairs is the book you said?
Yeah, it's about a French soldier, a Jewish French soldier who was wrongly accused of being a spy for Germany and sent to Devil's Island.
Wow.
Yeah, and his wife and everybody was.
Sounds kind of parallel to.
It was a true story. It was a true story because they accused him of being a German spy so they can insinuate a war with Germany, and he was basically shunned. He was cast out, and they put blame on him and stuff. And it's a really good book. It's one of the very first recorded anti-Semitic books that really really dove into the whole anti-Semitic things that were going on at that time.
Right. It looks like it's parallel to The Count of Monte Cristo, which I have read that. That book was awesome.
But he never escapes, though. He goes and he just sits, like he'll tell stories of him. He's right
Oh,
down about him in the ship, and it's really hot, and how they treated
but
him like
but it
crap.
was finally the case was finally resolved in 1906. It says so. It's just not included
Yeah.
in the book.
Yeah, that's included in the book, and
Oh,
it tells how he does not love his like country anymore, and he lost faith in the whole thing, and
because of the system screwed him over, pretty much.
yeah,
Yep.
good book.
So here's something kind of sort of interesting I found interesting today. We were talking about in my British literature class, and it was kind of funny. I never knew this, but you know how people like will curse or they're about curse, they say like "pardon my French" or whatever. And we were talking about like the origin of curse words, and it actually they're actually the words themselves are Anglo-Saxon, but the French would use them because when the French were ruling England, whenever William II, no, who was it? Yeah, I think it was William II, won the crown or whatever and made French the official language. You know, all of these French people moved in and they were like, oh, we're so much better than these indigenous, uneducated Anglo-Saxons. So they would learn the Anglo-Saxon curse words, and well, they consider those words dirty, like because they were, peasant level. So they would use those words to describe something that was, bad, I guess, and that's what became curse words. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, well, like the middle finger, and I think Britain does it differently than us, but um, basically in combat in the medieval times, they would cut the fingers off your main finger that you use to pull back the bow for the archers, so they could never use the bow again.
Right, yeah, I've heard of that too. A lot of novels use that.
You mean the digitus imputus?
Hmm.
I think so.
The
Is that-
imputed finger.
Was that Latin?
Well,
Yes.
they would, and then the archers who didn't get caught, and they would turn around to the enemy, and they would show them that they have their fingers, and that's how the old middle finger and the two finger thing that the Brits used, because it was a way to show, hey, you didn't get my fingers, and I'm still able to use the bow or something. That's how I. What else?
Yes, it became known as the impudent finger, the digitus imputus. That's a very damn long time ago.
It did it with the English archers a lot because the Frenchmen hated them because those longbows would rain hell on them.
Which the whole showing your middle finger became, fuck you.
Yep.
Yeah, because they didn't. What was it? The middle finger. It was the one in your index fingers or your other. That was the finger that they would cut off. Was it or? And they would always show back to him like, hey, you didn't get my finger.
No, it was the middle finger. You didn't get that one because I really needed that one to draw the bow. That was the lower part of the bow finger.
And then in Britain, if you go and do the index finger and middle finger together, it's the same thing as giving the middle finger. It's so they do that, and they're like,
What they draw with they use three fingers, right?
when you pull back the bow, you would use your thumb and your fingers, but you really needed your fingers for the release.
Right.
So, like,
Yeah. It's been
because,
pretty
like they
interesting
would
class.
like in Britain, a friend of mine in school that I was going to college would say in Britain, this is the same thing as giving him the middle finger. Like they would just go, just
Two
like
fingers.
that. Yeah, too big. But in the United States, we do you're number one.
Oh, come on, you're too scared to flick off all the live audience.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, well,
And the bird.
Oh, that's a thumb out. Yeah.
don't forget the whole thing with the fig and the donkey's ass. But, gentlemen,
Yes,
I
Sean.
have to be at work in the morning.
It's getting late. Yes, it is getting late.
Sean, you know what? You're never going to be part of my bingo league
I
if you keep quitting out on that at 1:23 in the morning here.
appreciate all the
No, man.
information on the military, Sean. It's definitely gonna be useful for sure.
Wait, Sean. Okay, so what you're telling me is when bingo game's out by 10 o'clock or whatever, and we want to go to the bar, man, and you're going to be like, hey, guys, it's an early morning for me. It's like, come on.
Nick, let him go to bed.
At 1:23 in the morning, you're damn right. Y'all have
Yeah, take care, man.
Have a good day, Sean.
What time zone are you in, Nick? Are you Eastern? Or
Yeah, I'm in Eastern. I'm like Michigan, so we're on Eastern Standard Time. It's 1:24 in the morning.
yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm watching
I'm
Carrie
big-
Underwood.
I have to be at. I don't have to be at work tomorrow as early as I have been. I'll be at work till 10:45, so I got a little bit of time.
All right, man.
Yeah, it's nice because I had to be at work on Wednesday at 9 a.m., which isn't early, but it was just it is for me whenever I have school all day the day before, and then I'm working on school stuff at night, and then I get right up and go to work all day. It's kind of a bummer.
All right. Oh, as we all do, Caleb. Now we must salute our founding father here, G. Webbs. How are you, sir? I salute you. Okay.
um,
Oh, I thought I'd give him a nice dignitary entrance, but that didn't work.
Yeah, thanks, not needed, not necessary.
Okay. All right. You know, I thought I'd stroke the ego.
Nope, not looking.
well, if
Anyway.
you're looking for ammo, you can't have any.
Well,
I already shot it all.
we're all looking for ammo, aren't we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Has anybody checked out that new XD Mod 2 4-inch service model?
Nah.
No.
No. All right.
Is that a new gun or just a new
Yeah,
size?
It's a new handgun by. It's not a new handgun. It's a bigger handgun. It's the Mod 2 the XD Mod 2 that they had the compact, but now this is the carry model.
Oh, so they started that model with the small and went up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not as interested in the XDs.
They're what do they call that? Ergonomic, but yeah, I'm not interested in the grip safety.
Yeah, that's one main thing for me, and also they've had a few hitches along the way. Not to say that they aren't good, they don't make some good pistols, but there's been a few pretty serious problems they've had with some of them.
Okay. Well, I know. I just thought if anybody.
But no,
Oh,
I haven't checked it out.
Okay.
What calibers are they doing it in?
It's just they got it at 9mm right now.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's why it's not. Yeah, it's not going anywhere. I'm just hating on 9mm because G-Webs is in here. I actually haven't shot my 9mm in a while. I need to because I'm thinking about shooting some still matches this fall with it.
Cool.
Knocking down some steel. Ping, 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 ping.
How long have you been doing the match stuff?
Let's see. I guess, crap. Almost, dang, a year and a half? Over a year and a half? It'll be 2 years, like in February or whatever. Because I started shooting it started like pretty much right in January, December. I started shooting like these like little tactical matches, what they called them. Really, there was like little outlaw matches that were like boring as crap. Like, well, not for me at the time. They're great for like someone new, but very simplified. And I was like, this is pretty cool. And then I heard about USPSA, and within like 2 or 3 months of doing those little tactical local shoots at that one club, I was going to the USPSA matches like 2 or 3 times a month. After I got my gun, I had to save up for my gun. I was shooting my 1911 for a few months, like starting from January, and then in June of that same year, I got my Glock and started competing. And then I shot 9mm from June until mid-December, maybe late January, until I bought the 40 caliber upper, the slide and everything for my gun, so I could shoot 40 caliber. So I started shooting, and I've been shooting that since, and that was this January, so I've been shooting 40 caliber for almost a year now, a few more months, and I'll be, 3/4 of a year.
Mm-hmm. So, do you have the are you a Ruger guy or no?
Oh yeah, I like their revolvers and stuff for sure, and
Do you like the
their
SR9s or no? You stay away from their
their
SR9s
their
there.
polymer frame ones.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a big fan of. I've never shot. I mean, just by looking at them, like the ergonomics and stuff, I think I've handled them, but yeah, there's better options I think there.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't mind like getting my hands on one of their 1911s,
Okay.
but I don't know how some people. It's kind of I've heard mostly positive reviews about them, but it's like I haven't heard anything like extremely great about Ruger 1911s. Like they're just amazing for the price, because you can pretty much get a Springfield, save up a little bit more, and you can get a pretty nice. I forget which model it is. The Springfield 1911. It's pretty decent, a little bit better. Because like I said, that's what I started shooting, and I still have my 1911. The TRP. I don't think that's that's not what I'm thinking of. No, it's not that much, not that expensive. TRPs are like what, 1,200, right?
I have no idea, but I thought that TRP is where you get them. Like that's their
Oh,
good one.
that's like the best one, yeah. But there's like one that's like above the GI. Huh?
Range Master. I've seen
Maybe.
that.
I think that's what it is. Maybe I'm pretty sure it's Springfield. Cause I don't think it's Smith and Wesson. I wasn't really. Let me check their website.
I don't keep track because I keep my brain for like other stuff, but I know that the Range Master I think is one that's it seems better than just a typical.
Range Officer, yeah, that's it.
I think it just has a couple of different options than the TRP, right?
No, the TRP is the best.
That's what I mean, but the Range Master is the same gun, same chassis and everything. It's just that they don't put the
Right, same amount of work into it, I guess, and stuff, and a few little bells and whistles not on there. I don't know, I'm looking at it now.
well, it's more for like a competition gun than as a. It's not like melted down and made to be carried so much as used at the range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says the Range Officer brings the precision of a competition pistol in a simple and straightforward configuration. So yeah, it's marketed as a competition 1911. It says it gets the same precision fit as the TRP and the trophy match. They use the same forged national match frame and slide, stainless steel barrel and bushing, that national match grade or whatever. Fully adjustable rear sight, extended lightweight trigger, flat mainspring housing.
Mhm.
Looks nice. Yeah, hopefully one day whenever I'm not trying to buy something specific and I got some extra money laying around, I'll trade my 1911, my Taurus in, get some cash for it hopefully, or just sell it and then use that and some extra cash to buy a better one. Cause I don't want to. I always want, I want to have them in my collection for sure.
Huh.
Especially since that's my only 45 right now.
What's your only 45?
My 1911.
Okay.
Heck, that's pretty funny. I have one gun in each caliber. Well, two of them are kind of the same. Cause I have the 1911 45, and I have my Glock 34, which is 9mm, and I have the 35 upper for it, which is 40. So I have 9, 40, 45. Pretty good variety.
Yeah, it's good to have variety. Kind of like me with my banana splits and my chocolate sundaes. I like a little variety. Maybe sometimes I don't want the vanilla. I want the chocolate on a moose tracks or something. It's just the way I am. That's why I make my own sundaes and banana splits.
Ooh, they have a 1911 loaded model. It's like a step below the TRP. They do a little bit more work on the ejection port. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot more done to it than the other ones.
Yeah.
It's like cosmetic stuff, not cosmetic, but like ergonomic stuff that could easily be done by anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll just go for the Range Officer. Looks like the best one for the money.
All right. Well, hey, without further ado, Caleb, I bring you the Prophet. Yes, Digital Prophet from Maryland. We salute you, Digital Prophet. Oh, okay. Well,
I think they pronounce it Maryland.
Actually, no. It is pronounced Merlin.
Hey, that's how
Maryland.
It's pronounced M-U-R hyphen
Merlin.
A hyphen L-Y-N-N.
Merlin.
Merlin.
I love that Merlin.
You gotta let it all roll. And
Merlin.
if you're from this state, you don't pronounce the T in Baltimore. You just roll the T right over.
Baltimore. Baltimore.
Baltimore. Baltimore.
This is like that's like people here. They don't say Atlanta. They say Atlanta. They don't pronounce the second T.
And then, so Maryland and then Baltimore. So Maryland, Baltimore, then.
Definitely not from Baltimore though.
You're trying too hard.
Oh, that's Maryland.
So on a side note about these 1911s, I did get to shoot a Springfield TRP the other day.
Oh, nice.
Got to shoot about 2 mags through it. I probably could have shot more, but I really didn't. It wasn't set in for me, so I wasn't really hitting well with it. I'll be honest. But it was nice just to get a feel for the gun. Trigger was phenomenal for a stock gun like that. Well, not quote unquote stock, but when you can buy off the shelf, it was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
I love shooting. As much as I hate 45 ACP, I love shooting a 1911 just because of the trigger.
Oh, dude, and then what you need to do is you shoot a 40 caliber or 9mm 1911, like a double stack. Those things.
I haven't shot. Well, put it like this: like I have really small hands, so I hate really fat grips. Like I don't like the Glock Gen 3. Like Glock Gen 4 is perfect for me because that's about as big as I want to go on a grip. I mean, like I do want a CZ just because I think it's sexy, but for actual comfort of shooting.
Oh, dude, like you'd be surprised. The STI like double stack 1911s are only like a total of I think.
What size glove do you wear?
Half inch. Me? Medium.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Aren't you tall?
Triple extra large.
Ooh.
I wear chorizo size fingers.
Yeah.
I have medium hands. So, yeah.
But yeah, like my friend, he's got the STI double stack 40, and it's only I was looking at the specs online the other day, and someone said that the overall grip is only a half inch. I think is what they said wider, so it's a 1/4 inch on each side. I'm pretty sure that's what they said, if I remember the measurements right. So it's like, and whenever I hold his, it's like, wow, it's not really as bad as I thought. The only thing I will say is that the mag release is like on my Glock, I can just move my thumb down without changing my grip, but on his, I kind of gotta like move my hand just a little bit, but you can get, different ones for the gun. Good, yeah, it's nice. I've shot a couple of mags through it when we have our practice sessions, just messing around, and like it is sweet. It just absorbs all the recoil. It's because it's a full dust cover, is why.
I think a 40 1911 would be the ideal gun for the next millennium to come.
Oh, yeah.
Or at least the next century.
It's very nice for sure. You can get you can get 20 rounds in them.
What? A 1911 with it's a 40?
Yeah.
Blech.
With an extendo, get real, double stack extendo sticking out. Awesome.
Yeah, we load them 22 rounds in competition. That's packed full though. Like you can run them 20 all day long, 20, 21 all day long reliably.
Oh, I think that would be cool. Like extended mag 40 and a 1911. That'd be awesome.
I probably wouldn't carry that because they're so dang heavy, but most of them are also extremely expensive. There's not a big market out there for double stack 1911s. There's not a whole lot of people making them. And then the people there are, they got the ones that are like, they got the ones that are pretty like lower quality, and you get this big giant jump to like amazing STI type $2,000 pistols. So it's kind of annoying trying to find, something that's not gonna, that you can pretty easily afford. I guess Glock. That's why I shoot a Glock. That's what bridges the gap.
Hmm.
I shoot a Glock because it has a 30 in it.
Oh, dude, they got the 22 round 40 caliber mags, right, for Glock?
I have 7 of them.
Yeah. I wish like.
Did you not see my picture today, bro? Come on, bro. Hey, dogs, like you not Instagram? I posted a picture on my personal page today.
I did see a picture on your personal page. I don't remember what it said.
Yeah. Oh, I don't remember. Just so you asked me about that patch? Just wait until you see these next patches that I got coming in the mail.
All right. Are you gonna post them on gun channels or on your page?
I'm gonna post it on mine and then repost them on Gun Channels. Look, that's what Gun Channels is.
Hell yeah.
Hold on, wait a minute. I got an emergency here. Are these Netflix Longmire shows new?
Yes, they are. They sent me a notification to my phone today. Season 4. I was gonna
These
watch it
are
tonight.
new right now?
What the
Oh,
fuck
well.
is Longmire? Like that sounds like a porn name, Longmire.
You haven't watched Longmire, dude?
It's really good. It's
Longwire or
about a-
Longmire?
Meyer. M-I-R-E.
Longmire. I love that show.
It's great.
Sounds like a porn star's name.
What the hell's wrong with my computer? Is it now, or is it just talking about it's going to happen?
No. Sure, right? That's what they sent me to my phone. They said I got a notification on my phone. It said Longmire Season 4 is now on Netflix. I haven't checked it. I'm checking it now though, because now. Yeah, here it is.
Click on it though. It won't let me click on it. It won't let me. Oh, yeah, I'm using the right mouse. It won't let me click on it. The fuck. I gotta call Netflix.
It looks me click on it fine.
Netflix or Longmire. What is he? He's like Rockford Files cowboy. No, not really. He's a cop. So I don't know what show it's like. It's a pretty cool show though. About a cowboy sheriff guy in Wyoming, some fake county in Wyoming. He was 1911s.
Are they in 40 caliber? Oh, so Marco, that picture there in your with that patch, that Glock, what is that? A 22?
What's it? All right, so you tell me what a Glock 22 is.
So that's the standard size 40.
Okay, and you know the 27 is a subcompact, so there's no rail, right?
Uh huh.
Okay, so you're somewhere in between the full size, no, and it obviously has a rail, right?
You got that light attached on there different, looks like. Or no, that's something else.
That's a light. It's a Surefire light. But so you know there's a light on it, so you know it's not the 27. Might be the 22. It might be what else?
23.
Okay.
It's
there's a
23.
Yeah.
No, it's 23. That's why the magazine's freaking sticking out like crazy. I'm like, how is that a 22 round magazine? It looks like a freaking 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it wouldn't be nearly as bad like in
The extendo always looks better on the smaller guns. So
Oh, definitely, yeah.
I should never like smaller guns because I always thought like they looked faked, but the extendo looks just so good in it that I had to.
No, that's what I'm gonna carry. That's what I'm getting next year is a 23.
10 episodes. It wouldn't let me click on it, but I found them.
And now we won't see D-Webs until Saturday morning.
I'll see you in 450 minutes.
But yeah, those 22 round mags, like if they're literally for my competition, they're literally like just a few millimeters too long. Like if they were just a little bit shorter, they'd be legal, and they'd be so awesome.
You could probably shave it down to like 19.
Yeah, but no,
Like on a belt
no, it's not the amount of rounds it has. It's the length. Like it's the way the base pad is on them is designed for some reason.
That's what I'm saying. So if you actually take the mag down from 22 to like 21, and just put it like on a belt sander and just hold it there, you'd be alright.
Or maybe they come with like the factory extended base pad on them, right?
No, not the 22s. The 33s do. So that's another way of being able to spot like like a 40 cal or a 9mm just by looking at the picture is look for the base pad.
Unless they changed it.
Even like the Korean fake ones usually have like a bullshit one on there too, and if it doesn't, it has that stupid like checkering on it, so then it'll have a flush base plate with the stupid checkering, so it's always a dead giveaway.
Mm-hmm. Oh crap, I feel really bad. I just texted Foos and he sent me a message at 10:30. I didn't realize it was that long, and it's like it's 1:40 a.m. Oops.
No, you're good, dude. It's only 10:42.
Not
Just tell me we're in Arizona.
Yeah, right. He's in what? He's only an hour behind me, or yeah, he's only an hour behind me in Arkansas. Oops. Oh well. But yeah, so that's just the factory base pad on the 40 caliber ones, and so I couldn't file it down to make it fit. So that's why I don't understand why they don't fit the gauge for competition. I think it's because of the angle of the magazine, because of how it's angled, where it angles down, it doesn't fit into the box or whatever. Because that's what I mean. My magazines will hold 12, they only hold 20. That's true. So, and most, like, you can get some 1911 mags that hold 21, but it's very rare to find a magazine that holds 22 with extra spring tension in the tube. Usually that's like jam packed. That's probably why it's not legal. It's probably just so close to being there, though. But Mako, you talking about cutting it down? How would you cut it down and put the base pad back on there? Because it wouldn't. You take off those tabs, whatever, on the side of the magazine.
I was just bullshitting. I was like, you had to like manufacture your own.
Oh yeah, you could do it though. That's what I'm saying. Like if you had the stuff to do it,
Yeah.
I just make me work trouble. I really want some though. I don't know why they're 21. So I mean, yeah. I do need to get some 33 rounders just because, just to have them, just one or two of them.
I'm trying to make a big purchase. That's my goal. So I get my next big paycheck not tomorrow, but the week after tomorrow, and I want to pick up a stash of like 33 rounders and 22 round 40s.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to get that done before the fucking election and everything.
Whoa, that's an amazing deal. The one that Mr. Wright's talking about in the external. $360 for a brand new Glock 17, Gen 3, but still. $360 out the door. That's almost too good to be true. Wait, so Netflix canceled Longmire? Is that what he's saying?
What? No, they give us another season, dude.
Mr. Wright said in the external says Netflix picked up the series after it was canceled. So is
Right.
this the last season?
It was like on USA or something originally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
TV. So they canceled it on
Oh,
TV.
they're paying for it. They're producing it.
This
Oh,
is Netflix's extra season.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, not just it's on Netflix, but these are new shows.
Right, and that means they're going to keep making them if they keep doing good, which they probably will.
Dude, Netflix is winning. Yeah, this is awesome. I'm loving it. Mark, if you haven't seen it, have you other guys seen it? Whoever else is still in here?
No, Mr. Would you call it like Mr. Millerwood?
No, Longmire.
Longmire.
Mr. Millerwood.
It was I know it. There's a porn name with an M.
But it's just like the kind of sheriff guy who solves crimes in the middle of Wyoming. I don't know. It's just an interesting show because it's all.
So it's like a hillbilly like crime show basically. Oh, I won't say hillbilly, but like very rural.
Rural. I don't know what you call that. Cowboy, I guess.
I guess so.
Rancher kind of show.
Yeah.
It's just.
I guess desolate is better of a word.
Crap, I forgot. Hey.
Anyway, they got this fake, I think it's a fake reservation, and then they're in a fake county, so there's always like crimes on the reservation or some sort of like
And they got a whole
woods or murder that happened a long time ago and they found a limb or something.
and they got the whole tension between like the regular county sheriffs and like the reservation and sheriff's department.
Yeah, exactly. They wrote it well. There's lots of dynamics. There's some stupid thing about his wife, which I don't like, but whatever. I don't know. I'd spent some time in Wyoming. For me, it's fucking neat to see a Wyoming show. I like it.
I've been to Wyoming.
You know why you never hear about people like Wyoming usually? It's because people in Wyoming got their shit together and they don't leave. They just hang out. And
They just hang out and chill.
Yeah,
Didn't
exactly.
Wyoming do
It's a pretty awesome
Wyoming
place.
do like that one thing where like we're not enforcing federal laws, and someone actually in Wyoming was like, okay, I'm gonna try to make like an NFA weapon
Yeah.
or whatever, and now register it.
Except it's more like in Wyoming, nobody gives a shit. So you just do what you like. Yeah, we're in the United States because it's all around us. But you know what I'm saying? They're like
That's
done.
what I'm saying. Like they're like fuck it, like we're gonna make an NFA item and not register it because
Yeah.
we're Wyoming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who's gonna
pretty
stop?
much.
Who's gonna come over here and do something about it?
The South Dakotans.
The
They wish.
like the 20 like the 30 people who work in the NFA branch, the ATF.
Well, the South Dakotans and the North Dakotans decoded up. They can make things happen.
They're so corrupted by Canadian influence that they're basically useless.
The one place I've been to Wyoming was Jackson Hole, which is like a tourist trap, but it was nice. Like I enjoyed the climate and everything for sure.
What, Canada?
No, Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, it's only there for like a day or two.
That's another porn star named Jackson Hole. That's probably the
Oh,
female though.
but are you
Action Jackson.
Oh, God. Okay, that's enough.
All right, well, all right, sir. I'm just saying. I mean,
Caleb Millerwood.
No, you killed it. That you gave me a good one, but you had to screw it up. You can do better than that. Come on.
All right, hold on, give me a second. I'm thinking.
Supposed to be instantaneous.
well, Digital Prophet, you could put it like Bobby Digital.
Bobby, did ya? Stuck to her ass like a Victoria's Secret wedgie.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't
You
think I
never heard that
understand.
song? Hey, okay, Caleb, you need to look up this song called. It's by Bobby Digital / The RZA.
I'm
and
scared.
RZA actually, and the song is called Domestic Violence.
Yes, it's a classic.
Where do you think I got the line from?
Domestic violence.
Love that
Domestic
line.
violence song.
Bobby Digital.
And it's what's it? Recorded by the Crockett Monsieurs.
Who?
Oh, these are all covers. That's why.
It's Bobby Digital.
Bobby Digital's the name.
It's by the Jizz of the the
I see
RZA,
it.
the
I see
Abbott.
it. I see it. I see it. Oh God. Okay, hang on. Let me listen to this. I'm so tired of seeing this stupid ad about Serena Williams every time I click a YouTube video.
Oh, I know.
Have you seen the new ballerina joint? You know, like the Under Armour one about
No.
the first African American like lead New York ballet company dancer, or whatever. She's bad, dude. I actually like her face isn't that cute, but I mean, like it's pretty like it's cool how like you can turn something into ballet and and like when you really like I've never looked at ballet and like been able to appreciate it, but that commercial, just the way they filmed it, made me appreciate the actual sport of ballet and the muscle endurance and all. Like, no, seriously, like it sounds really corny, but like it really does. No bullshit. Like if you look at
Man, I cannot see you though, man. Hold on. I cannot see you doing that though, man. I can't see you into that, man.
I didn't say I would do it. I didn't say I would do it, but I
But
give credit where credit is due.
I don't think anybody wants to see Marco in a tutu.
If you want to really appreciate the ballet, I left the note inside there. Definitely understand.
Is that? Do you have? Is that?
Watch the commercial. But watch the commercial, like you can appreciate. But please, I've never appreciated ballet. That commercial captured my appreciation.
Do you have? Is that going to be a new trending hashtag that I should jump in on?
Only looks the hardest.
Only if you shoot while wearing a tutu.
There's a
And
girl.
you hashtag yourself.
I don't know. I wear those long socks and those short shorts. Pretty close.
Exactly why your tutu would look perfect under like those biker shorts that you wear.
I won't be surprised if it becomes a trend for you 9mm shooters to put little tutus on your pistol. I don't like all the debris falling on my hand, so I put this little dust skirt around the top here.
Oh, that's good. That's
I
good.
don't like it that way.
Hey, G,
I
what
don't like it the way it comes out of my.
bees out there? How bad are your bees out there? I had to take down a beehive today.
We have Africanized bees, dude.
That's what I'm saying. You have killer bees.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It only kills old people and maybe a kid once in a while.
We've had a problem here.
Well, they
What
die.
happens when you shoot at them?
I don't give a shit. Well, I mean, if you shoot at a beehive, I guess, they'll just attack you, I guess. You don't want to Africanized ones because they're aggressive or whatever. They don't dig it when you mess with them. Other bees sometimes will leave you alone if you're poking at them or whatever. They'll just be like, leave us alone, or they're doing their own thing. But or you can walk past them. You can't really walk past Africanized bees much. So,
Jesus.
what the fuck are you doing here?
Are they actually bees or like they hornets?
No, they're bees. They're just bees. They got
So
stick stuff, but there's also swarms of them. So
how long are they?
Huh?
Like how big are they? They're like
they're not big bees. They're not intimidating individually. But think about how big the desert is and how big a swarm can be, and that's how they kill people.
right.
They can swarm up on a cow in the middle of nowhere, I imagine, like a cow or a goat or something, just minding its own business out there. They could probably swarm it and just smother, just wail on it from just the amount of bees. Anyway, I've seen clouds of bees that are huge, just floating around. So whatever they find, old cactus carcass or a hole or whatever the hell they live in,
eat it.
they can just be as big as the hole they find or whatever. Well, they eat the flowers, so they're like bees, they just run around
Okay.
looking for flowers. But I don't think they have like hives where like honeybees will make a giant hive and just live there forever. We don't have that. We have blooms and we have droughts, so those bees probably are more like migratory or whatever. They just
That's why
hang
they're
out.
in big giant swarms.
Yeah, so whenever the desert blooms, because we live in a green desert, we don't live in a stupid desert like sand desert like New Mexico. Ours is saguaro cactuses and it's green all the time and everything, or most of the time. So when it blooms and all the flowers come out, that's like all these herds of bees or whatever the hell they're called, swarms of bees can come out of nowhere and get huge, right? Get all healthy or whatever. And then when it's not that anymore, when their food is gone, then they're like, well, I could guess I go live in that shed. Works.
Yeah.
So that's how they get you. And then some like old guy will be out there poking around, and then they'll like get mad and kill him, and then maybe a kid will be poking around if somebody's not paying attention.
Worst thing we get.
I mean, maybe
The
a
worst
couple
thing.
times ever.
The worst thing we get are like yellow jackets, and then black hornets and Japanese hornets.
That's why I take out with some black hornets today.
Dude, the black hornets aren't as bad, I don't think. Japanese hornets though, they'll chase
You
you
talking about
down.
those giant ones, like
Yes, they
giant
look like an oversized yellow jacket. Is exactly
no,
what
I'm
they look
talking
like.
about the giant ones are probably like the size like your middle finger, bro.
No, they're about half that maybe. Maybe, I don't know. They're pretty long.
Google them joints. Them joints are serious.
I got dive bombed on the head by one time. No, I think it was a black hornet. I can't remember, but it didn't feel good. Yeah, they're pretty big. Yeah, they're about the size of your finger.
Yeah, no, I had to hit them with the powder today. She was wild.
They don't get that big around here though. That's the same one. I'm looking at them. I recognize them. That's them, but I've never seen them that big. But they're mean. And luckily though, there's a fox living in our field right now. We think it's a mother fox and had some whatever you call young fox. I don't know. What do they call young foxes? Puppies? I don't know what they call them. But anyways, she had a den or whatever, and because of that, though, they've been keeping all the yellow jackets and stuff like eaten down. It's freaking awesome. Because they'll stick their tail down in the hive and irritate the hive, and then all the bees or whatever swim in their tail, or swim. They fly in their tail and they pull their tail out of the hive, and then they'll eat the bees that are trapped in their tail.
What?
Yeah, that's what foxes do. To eat, they'll eat that, and then after they eat all the bees, or kill them or whatever, eat them and kill them. I don't think they eat the bees. I think they just kill them. Then they'll dig out the honey, whatever, the hive, and eat the larvae and stuff like that. So that's what they do. They don't eat the bees. They just let them get trapped. Bees that are in their tail, which pretty much like all of them, because they stuff the hole with their tail, and then they can't get out, and they all fly into the hair. I got a picture of the fox the other day. It was just like standing in our lower field, like literally like 30 yards from the driveway, just looking at me as I was driving down. And of course, when I stopped taking pictures, when it started to run away, but I still got a few pictures of it starting to run away.
Should have shot him.
No, I'm not gonna shoot the fox. They're not even in season. They're a game animal. Plus, like I said, they're beneficial. They keep all the bugs and crap eaten down. And I'll tell you what's been driving me freaking crazy is like our freaking exterminator. He must not have been doing a good job lately, because we're gonna do something different. Because there are scorpions everywhere in our freaking house.
You have scorpions?
Yes, they're tiny. They're like little brown ones. They're like maybe an inch long.
I've
And they
never
don't-
seen a scorpion like in nature. Or
Those
like, in the wild.
Possibly, I think so. Yeah.
They are. The big ones don't give a shit. They'll leave you alone. The little ones are mean.
Yeah, the little ones aren't scared. Like literally, you put your foot like up right beside them, like trying to get them to move. They won't move. Like you don't know if they're like dead or nothing, anything.
Well, it's the bigger the claws, the less the venom. The smaller the claws, the more the venom.
Pretty much. Because they gotta be aggressive more, because otherwise things will just eat them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're only like
So
yeah,
the
they're
smaller ones are probably like, fuck it, I could probably really kill you. Back up.
yeah, we get those things everywhere.
And they can be the worst. Yeah, the big ones, I guess, just poke you. They don't need to kill you, so they don't bother. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we got the small ones though.
So it seems like always the small stuff is the most potent.
That's what we have, and they're like in our house. I have one in my freaking in one of my 5-gallon buckets I keep my brass in. I had it empty. There was one down. I don't know how he got down in there. He was in the bottom of it one day. There was one on the kitchen floor the other day. And the best thing, like I said, they don't move when you get close to them. They're not scared.
But that's funny, no, because like you know what's really funny? It's like you probably live around. I mean, you probably live about 30. I don't know, like I guess 2 hours within like DB or whatever. And I guarantee you, DB like doesn't walk down the street and say, "Oh shit, I almost stepped on a scorpion today."
Oh no, yeah, he's like an hour. He's probably not that. Yeah, he's about an hour and a half.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one,
Yeah, he's like
he lives in a penthouse apartment, and two, if he even goes down to the limo, he usually goes up to the helicopter. He doesn't go outside. He goes on that carpet thing right up to his limo, and then he gets to whatever airport he's going to. So he doesn't ever go to Georgia.
So he walks his dogs on his helicopter while it's in flight.
No, he's got one of those like glass, or it's like it's kind of a screen metal walkway that goes out over the street, and he just walks his dog on that. So the dog poops and pees on that, goes right through onto the street below. I don't think he's ever actually touched Georgia.
All right, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the scorpions of Georgia right now. I want to figure out what these things are we have. They're super tiny. Yep, that's them. A devil scorpion. Apparently, the one we have is called the devil scorpion. That's great.
Well, if you're not eating it, you're not making a dent in the population.
Holy, yeah, it's found in many areas of Atlanta and North Georgia. That's no, how comforting. I was thinking it'd be good if it's called the devil scorpion.
How about cow killers? I think that's what they're called.
Oh, the cow ants that squeak.
I don't know about squeaking, but they're supposedly some of the nastiest stings in the U.S.
Yes, yeah, they're little red.
Fuzzy ants? Yeah.
Yeah, we have those things everywhere.
I think they call them cow killers out here.
They're not that bad though. They don't like come after. They usually try to run away from you, but they will tear
ever
you up.
Marco?
Oh yeah, see them all the time.
I don't think we have like any. Well, I mean, like we have like ant piles, but like you know what I'm saying. Like for you to stand in the ant pile, I mean, like for you to get hit by an ant pile, like you gotta be a fucking idiot. You have to stand right over it.
Let me tell you something. Those cow ants, you can't kill them by stepping on them. If they're on dirt, they've got to be on concrete or something like that for you to kill them. Because when you step on them, they got such a strong exoskeleton, it won't crush them.
Right, they're huge, and they don't swarm like the other ants. I've only seen like 8 of them.
Yeah. When I see them, they're by themselves. I've seen 2, I think, one time. That was it.
I've seen a couple of them, but yeah, they're just doing their thing, going out and killing. I think they're just hunters. They just do whatever they want, get together
Right.
or whatever. But they look like an ant. I don't even know if they're.
Oh shit. He'll be back. But yeah, no, I mean, at least we don't have like any aggressive ants. We have 0 aggressive ants.
Oh god, the ants here suck. We have fire ants, little things you can barely see. They
I've
will
heard of
sting
fire
you like
ants, but I mean-
mofo. Dude, we got those things everywhere, and they suck.
We have like those little baby ants that just I don't know, like like if you get them in your house, it's just gross.
We have
But-
black ants too, which are fine. They don't hurt
Oh,
you.
basically annihilated everything that's too much of a pest. Because there's so many people around, they just, there's nowhere for them to live, right?
Apparently, there's a flying
Well, no, like the anti-gun laws help in this pest control.
That's true.
less violence.
It's
Yeah,
illegal. You can't have dangerous ants or other
exactly. We made a law against it, and therefore we have reached our pinnacle.
Oh my god, I'm looking at some of these stings from these killer cow ants, and they are pretty bad. That makes your skin swell up.
The worst
Anyway.
bite I ever had from anything was from a jellyfish,
Sting, you mean?
or bite, sting, bite, whatever. I mean, just
Yeah, they're pretty brutal. I've messed with them before, like fishing and stuff in the ocean, but I've never I'd stay away from them.
I've never been stung because whenever I go swimming in the ocean, I take the precautionary step of peeing all over myself, and then that way I wouldn't feel their sting anyway.
You're
I've seen.
you're an inlander. You probably been to the ocean like 3 times.
I see. I've seen Portuguese man of war.
Where?
Not when I was swimming, but when we were going out on our boat fishing.
They're not even like on like the Atlantic. You schmuck.
Gulf
Okay.
of Mexico. Yeah, they're and they look. It's crazy. Like it's exactly true what they say. They look exactly like a plastic bag turned inside out, like swelled up, floating on top of the water.
I never even saw the jellyfish that bit me. I just started like it was funny. Like honestly, like when the jellyfish bit me, it felt really warm. Like I was peeing down my leg. Like that's honestly like so like what it like. And then it felt really warm and like almost good, like to a sense, like that type of like good warmness.
Yeah.
And then 5 seconds later, from
Pain.
feeling like a really good, it was throbbing pain, like burn.
You probably know what happened. It's probably they're what do they call them? They're not called tentacles. What do they
There
call
are
them? Though?
tentacles.
They are okay. The tentacles will break loose, or whatever, or they'll fall
Oh
off,
no,
or
like they're
whatever.
proboscis.
Yeah, and
That's what they sting you with.
they'll sting you even when they're not attached to jellyfish, so they can be washed, floating around in the ocean, and they'll sting you. That may have been what happened to you if you didn't see the jellyfish. Of course,
But like I honestly didn't look because like it felt warm. I was like, oh, what the fuck is this? And all of it, and I didn't bother to look down. Still walking straight ahead. And then when the throbbing pain started happening, I just started sprinting right out. So
get out of the ocean.
yeah, the fuck was that?
Is that what it's supposed to do to fish or something? What does it do that for?
Yeah, like paralyzes them, like and the
Yeah.
fish can't move, and then it kills them and then it eats it. Of course, if they're smaller jellyfish, they eat smaller. I don't know what they eat, like tiny organisms.
I feel
Krill.
like if one of them did that, I would kick it up onto the beach. So fuck that thing.
Yeah, and then as you're kicking it, it's stinging you more. So good job kicking.
Every time a tentacle touches you, it stings you.
That's how you know you're an inlander, because like as soon as you see a jellyfish in the ocean, you swim like 20 yards the other way, and you're like, and then I'll enjoy the ocean over here. And then
Some
like 10 minutes
jellyfish
later,
are-
he ends up getting to you.
Some jellyfish are toxic, like poisonous. Like if stingers get into you, you're dead. Unless you get medical attention. But
There's like 3 of those in the world.
Have you guys seen the giant jellyfish? They're like literally like eight
Those
feet
won't
tall.
even kill you.
Yeah, they're like
Yeah.
they're friendly, but they look scary as heck.
They do, and like if you think what jellyfish is supposed to do, like their venom is like on like the low end,
Right.
super low end.
Yeah, but they could still bite you with their mouth though, because they have a huge ginormous mouth in the center of their body.
They're a single cell organism. They don't have a mouth.
they don't have a mouth. They don't have a brain.
Jellyfish do.
Jellyfish do not have a mouth.
They don't have a brain either, do they?
Don't they have don't they have like an orifice or something? Like the bigger ones have an orifice in the middle of their body.
I
Where they
think
eat.
it's an octopus has a big beak.
Oh, I'm thinking of starfish. I'm thinking of starfish too. That's what I was
Real
thinking of.
shouldn't.
Starfish. Yeah, that's what. Okay, yeah. Jellyfish they just.
They just look like a big empty bag, like you're saying, and then they curl up their tentacles or felicias or whatever they're fucking called,
And
and
like,
that
just like
they curl up and bring it up into the bag, and then it's already dead, so it just hangs out in the bag rotting, and then they absorb it or whatever.
feed off of it. Yeah. Freaky.
Flagella? What the fuck is it?
One time we caught a sea turtle.
You know what would be really cool is to walk up on a jellyfish and just pump it full of like food coloring and make it whatever color you want.
Oh yeah.
They're fun to play. They're fun to poke with your fishing pole because like when we would fish out, like we'd see hundreds of them we'd be like 20 miles out fishing and like you'll just see them like literally all day just floating by the boat. And some of them are so like thin, like you can take your fishing rod and sweep it through the water and sweep it through them, and it won't catch them. It'll go through them. Like that's how thin they are. Some of them are. It depends on what kind it is and like how big it is. It was crazy.
Or if you take a light when you're out on the docks and you see them come up, you can make those things like glow.
Light up.
At that point, it depends what algae or plankton is in.
I'm gonna have to go find this. I've killed like 3 scorpions in my house at least, 3 or 4. I'm gonna have to go find one of them and look at them close and see if it's a devil scorpion or the other one called the striped scorpion. I'm pretty sure it's the devil.
Hey Marco, you were talking about ballet a while ago, about ballet and stuff. There's a woman on here that's really into guns. She's a competitive shooter. She's also into ballet. That's like her Facebook page that I posted up there for you. It says,
I'm not into ballet. I was just
No, but I'm
impressed
just
by the
letting you
ballet
know.
commercial
Why
that I
she's got her
saw.
way up in the air when she's shooting? I thought she was doing a trick shot. She's doing some ballet thing and then shooting.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not into ballet, but I was
You
just
make it
saying
seem
this.
like like I'm like the host of like Monday Night Ballet or something.
I know you spend your evenings watching the ballot, so I linked you to this.
It is ballet because I call a buffet a buffet.
So, wow. So, Marco, what's the latest project you're working on?
My mag purchase.
Oh, damn.
Oh, hey, G-Webs, do you still have that over under that you were telling me about a while ago?
An over under shotgun?
Yeah, that you were telling me about a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12 gauge.
Yeah.
How long is the barrel?
However the fuck long they are. I don't know, 24 inches probably.
Okay, how much you? Well, I'll talk to you later. After I make my mag purchase, that's next.
Not much if you want it. It's got a crack, but you can fix it easy.
I'm saving up for my lower.
Where?
It's in the wood.
Can I buy a replacement stock, or is that like impossible to find?
It's a Remington import Bakil, so they're different now. So probably the answer is yes, but I don't know. I shot it the whole time with the crack. It's never even gotten any bigger. I don't give a shit about it, so I never bothered. If you really wanted to, you could take it to a place. They would probably span it, stick some epoxy in there, and let it close again.
You probably do that yourself, man. Just put some wood glue down, or not wood glue. What's it called?
Probably. I don't know. I just don't care. I just letting you know it's there, so it's not perfect or nothing. And I used it. I went out shooting with it for quite a while. Used it for hunting and stuff, but it's not in bad shape. I didn't abuse it or anything. I just don't use it ever. And I hate them.
What is it? What is it again? It's a
Bakil. B-A-K-I-A-L. B-A-K-I-A-L. Bakil.
Bakil. Okay.
So check
Was
this.
it Russian?
Da. Imported by Remington, so 2 eras ago.
So imported by Remington, but from where? So was it
Russia. Mother Russia.
Yeah. So I was right.
Made in the Izhmish, the other one, where they make them.
You didn't get his joke, Marco, when he said da means yes in Russian.
I forgot da was yes and yet was no. Confused them both.
So I'm about to buy my lower. That's what I'm saving up for. Hopefully, I'm thinking
When's
about.
your 21st?
Dude, that's not until next year, man. Next summer.
So that's how much time we have to buy you a hooker?
Yeah, exactly. Find me a good one.
You can find those at secondhand stores.
You like them innies or outies?
I'm talking about oh God, Marco. Wow.
What if
Anyways,
we save a few bucks and just get a cheap one?
anyways.
Read this back page for him. Dude, like as rural as he lived, we could get him like some cheap hillbilly joint.
Oh God. Oh my God. Yeah.
Do you prefer teeth or no teeth?
Well, yeah, toothless like school bus driver.
That probably wouldn't be an
make them turn them out.
That probably wouldn't be an option around here.
But if you get the ones with no teeth, they have a hard time listening. So
Caleb, put in your zip code over here on the side, and we're about a back page. Your hookers for you.
Oh God, no.
And show you your options for your 21st birthday.
That's all right. I think I want to do something a little bit more exciting than that.
You could go.
A cop that owes us a favor, who has like a tweaker prostitute that owes him a favor.
Exactly.
Work something out.
Mm-hmm.
He would be getting blown by some confidential informant.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. Yeah.
Why not? She's just an informant. That means she's on the good people's side.
She just hangs out with a lot of bad people and is willing to turn over on them.
Yeah. Come on, anyone who's willing to help the police is a good person.
Not necessarily. That's pretty false statement.
Well, according to Stone Guy standards, you know what I'm saying, you're always a good person as long as you don't have neck tattoos and you're not sagging your pants. So, if that's your Georgia criteria, we can make that.
Face tattoos are good. Okay, I'm down.
Anyways, of it in 2009, so there's a big picture of what it looks like, except it has more dust in it.
So I'm thinking of getting my lower, but I've been thinking about getting a credit card for a while just so I can start building credit, but I don't want to go crazy with it, obviously. I want to keep it
all right, so what's my best advice to you to build credit is to get a credit card like a gas credit card. So get a gas credit card and like what do you spend on gas a month?
So I mean, so you're saying just
150,
get a regular,
200.
you're saying just get a regular credit card, but your credit card use it only for gas.
Exactly. So no. So
Right.
yeah. So get a gas credit card company. Make yourself only go to Exxon or wherever the fuck like it's like your closest gas station that you're gonna go to all the time, and just get that company's gas credit card and only use it for gas because like if you use it for anything else, you're gonna pay a lot. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're gonna pay it off that same month. So therefore you're building credit, getting some points back, and you're buying something that you're gonna buy regardless, absolutely every single month.
I'll probably add on something else. So I'll probably just get a regular credit card and do that, and add on a couple things because I
See,
only
like
pay.
that's
Only
what the fuck up.
pay.
I don't
Shut
like.
the fuck up. Because
like-
you're already looking at what else you can buy with the credit card.
No, not things that I
Versus
want.
just building
Listen,
credit.
let me finish, damn it.
Here's what you want to do. You want to get yourself your first credit card and buy whatever the fuck you want, and then you figure out what that credit is like having to deal with. The rest of life.
Nah, I don't do that.
It's fun and easy. At
No,
first.
like you said, Marco, that's a good idea. But the only thing is, I don't use that much gas. That's the only thing. So I'd like add food or something to it.
Here's how you do it then. Do the same thing, except only do lead and ammo components.
So I'll tell you this, like Caleb,
Ooh.
do you have a monthly bill that you pay, like yourself, like your cell phone or like your car insurance?
Get a credit card and put
Yeah.
a really big, healthy donation to gun channels every month on there, and then that'll help build your credit.
Yeah.
Like we're doing a financial service to you.
We can put compounding interest on it.
Right? Yeah. Screw that. Compounding interest. Oh,
So Caleb, so like do this. So like if you pay your car insurance or your cell phone yourself every month, right?
mm-hmm.
So put all gas, include your
Bill.
yeah, like one or two bills. Like a bill that's $100, another bill that's another $100, like shit that you have to pay regardless. So basically, like your first credit card, as far as building credit, should be used to pay shit that you have to pay no matter what, and you don't put anything else on there outside of emergency. Like an emergency, you take a gas.
Right.
I don't know, like you got straight on the side of the road, and you gotta get a tire plug or something like that. Like nothing that's really gonna set you back, and all you're doing is just because like you probably pay $300 to $500 a month worth of bills. So if you just put that on a card, no matter what card it is, and if you put it on a gas card, you're fucking making gas points on it anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
I don't pay
that's kind of a good
bills.
way to fucking build shit up.
I don't pay anything in bills like that. Thankfully, not yet anyway, so I will be soon, but not right now.
What bill do you have? You have any bills?
I have an insurance bill.
Okay, so pay that.
It's only like $55, and plus it was a heck
How
of
much
a
you spend in
time.
gas a month? $50?
Probably like 40, yeah, 40 or 50, depends on how much I drive. But
Well,
yeah,
you can get a decent streetwalker for that money.
Plus, it was a pain in the butt to get my freaking card put onto my insurance payment plan, like to get the automatic withdrawal or
Put it
whatever.
like this. I'll tell you this.
I won't
Like
switch it.
seriously, bro. Like you're never gonna build credit until you have like those real bills in your life.
How about you get a healthy addiction to blackjack and put all that blackjack debt onto your credit cards each month?
And then pay it off my winnings that I come out
There you go.
positive every time.
Exactly. Then just start paying it off the winnings.
hmm That's how DB got so rich.
Have you already gone to business school?
I like it because it has no beat on the front. G-Webs.
Why are you saying that? It has a beat on the front.
It has a beat on the front. I don't see like a little. Does it? A little tip at the top.
Hey,
It's not
did you
broken.
guys see the video on that shotgun Pancor jackhammer by Forgotten Weapons?
No.
It was pretty cool. He didn't get to shoot it, so it wasn't nearly as cool, but it was still neat to see it in person.
Oh, I do see it. I see it now. I see the bead.
Okay.
What'd you say, Jobs?
I put a couple of bucks into getting him there, but I put like a buck in to pay for fees and then a buck, and I didn't even watch the video, but I don't care.
Then it's free if you go over to their website, full 30.
No,
It's
I
got
mean Kickstarter to get him out there because he needed to get out there. To
Right,
actually,
yeah, I saw that, but I'm saying you can pay
And I-
$1 for the
I'm not gonna pay to watch the video. I'm saying I paid to make the video happen. I don't mind. doing
right.
that.
Yeah.
And what the hell, $2? Whatever. Ain't nothing.
Hey, Geos, I checked out the pictures.
Because we're filming that because it was 6 years ago now, I guess. But I'm sure at the time I had no idea 300,000 people would watch me blabbing about that damn shotgun.
Yeah.
Is it 12? Just
I don't
12
like the
inches
trigger
above
guard. Like you see that little pointy thing coming up out of the trigger guard. That's stupid.
What pointy thing? That's the trigger, Marco.
No. In the back end of the trigger. So like
Oh,
you
I
want to
see.
see something?
It's
Yeah.
a shadow, I think, isn't it?
No. There's a little like shell, like a little burr poking out.
Oh,
Have you-
it's
Have
finger
you ever
hook.
taken apart a double barrel shotgun?
No.
Well, then do that before you judge what the parts shapes are.
Okay.
No, it's just part of the way that thing kind of twists and moves out of the way. They kind of, you can tell there's no screw sticking out of it, right? It's a pretty neat little like lock up kind of a puzzle, I guess. You kind of put it together. So it's just part of it that twists out of the way, if I remember right. So you can remove some of the internals.
G-webs. What are those things that were in the shotgun? Those fake plastic shells. They look like.
Snap caps.
There's shotgun
Oh.
snack caps.
True snap cap is just there to provide tension for the firing pins on a gun that requires tension on its firing pins. And these nicer guns, this isn't a nicer one, but a real shotgun, you wouldn't want to just drop firing pins. That'd be bad for it. So that gives you what do you call that, resistance when it hits. So it's super fragile. They're just made out of plastic, and they got all the springs and all that. And they're made out of brass so that they'll last for a while.
They look like those little tubes from the Matrix where they inject them into, stomach.
They totally do, don't they? I bet you they use it. But they're super fragile. If you drop them on the ground more than a couple of times, they're gone. The spring will pop out and they're worthless. So when people use those as like training aids, I'm like, whoa, you can only do that about 4 times before you ruin it. And those things cost like 3 times more than, they almost cost more than regular ammo because
They got that spring and everything in them, yeah.
But it's nice for leaving in a shotgun so that you can pull the triggers. You don't have to leave the springs back.
Right.
But also, Remington now makes a what do you call those things? A desiccant, where it looks like a shotgun shell. You put it in your shotgun, but it's a desiccant. So now it's becoming a desiccant from inside of your shotgun barrel. So if there was any, you take a shotgun out hunting or whatever, it might have some moisture in the stock. Who knows? The wood might absorb some moisture just from being out in the humidity.
Right,
So
and that shell absorbs it all.
Yeah, it helps absorb it, and it's right there in the shotgun. So I think that's pretty clever. And
That's
it's
pretty
part of
neat.
the snap cap itself. So you can also use it as a snap cap. It's not a long-term one like these, but like I say, these things are meant to be. They can be used a lot, but they're not really long-term in their durability. They will break as the first time you drop them onto a hard surface.
And that's where all the money's at, is shotguns. Like, talking about money and guns, shotguns. I got all these, because you got all these old and tired people who love to shoot their shotguns. They got nothing better to spend their money on. And you get all these triple barreled, like, you barrel swap shotguns. It costs like 30 or 40 grand or more. It's crazy. My friend I shoot with, he used to work in a gun shop, and one time one of the regular customers came in there who was a doctor, pretty well off doctor or something, and he liked to shoot trap and skeet or something like that, I forget. And he had a shotgun. He's like, hey, I want you to true up this barrel for me. You can change the barrel on it for whatever different kind of stage or whatever you're shooting. So I want you to shoot it and just get it hitting, point of aim, whatever, at 20 yards. And my friend at the time, he had no idea how much shotgun was worth. So he's like, all right. And he went there and did it. And then when he got done, the owner of the store was like, that shotgun was like a $16,000 shotgun. And he said he about freaked out. And the next time he saw the guy, he's like, why didn't you tell me that the thing was that expensive? He's like, because if I would have, you wouldn't have worked on it. He's like, and I trusted you enough to do it, to set the barrel in and everything. But it's crazy how much those things cost. And unfortunately, you always, every now and then, it seems to be a pretty common problem is you'll have these clubs, gun clubs, and you'll have like people who are like the action shooters, like who like do like the really active stuff like USPSA and 3-gun, things like that, who want to do something but they can't because of the snotty shotgun shooters. And the only reason being is because that's where all the money comes from, and so the club's going to cater to those people first. It's the way it is at several clubs here.
I mean, I like clay pigeon shooting and stuff. But
Oh yeah, I enjoy it, but it's just like some of them are a little too big for their britches, I guess. I don't know. I've never met them, so I mean, this is what this general consensus seems to be.
I like the shooting ranges that you go in and you just go have a blast. Like that you can shoot fully automatic, you can shoot whatever
Uh-huh.
handgun basically you want. There was one in Florida that was like that, and then we have one that's here close to me. And if you're a member, you pay your dues. Maybe you can rapid fire. You don't have to worry about somebody go once every 2 seconds or something. Or it's
One thing I would like to, even though I have like my own private range here, which is really nice, and I pretty much have almost everything I need to shoot, I wouldn't mind being like belonging to a range that to a club, having a membership that where they have USPSA matches every month, because then I could have access to the stuff they use for that, like the swinging targets and the Texas Stars. Like several of the places I shoot at, if you're a member, you can use all that stuff. You just gotta go drag it out of the storage unit and set it up, and you can shoot it.
but though again, as you stated, it depends on the type of gun club that you go to. I used to go to a gun club that was run by Department of Natural Resources here, our DNR, and you had to shoot one every 2 seconds. You can only load it
Yeah.
max 5 loads, and so But I do have the option, and thank God I have the option of going on private land, which because my uncle's a farmer, we have a bunch of private land, so you can go into some of the excavating sites that he has, and just go have fun. And you don't have to sit there and we're like, oh, am I.
Well, in the national forest and stuff like that too, which is if you have them, which is good. But yeah, like the club here, they that's really nice. But the thing is, like because of how popular it is like that, I mean, it does USPSA matches, like I'm saying, every week, every month, and the day right after that they have a still challenge match, and then they also have like shotgun stuff going on. They have IDPA going on. They're starting to do pistol caliber carbine, all this stuff, and they have a shotgun towers and all that, and it but you can get into it, but it's like $500 a year or something like that, or more, I think, maybe. I think it's like $600 for the first one, and it's like $200 or $300 after that every year. But it's like literally like a year or 2 year waiting list to get in the club because there's so many people trying to get in. It's crazy. So I don't know. Hopefully, I'll always be in a place where I have private land or access to public land where I can shoot.
Oh, it's so nice when you have like private land. You just go on there and you don't have to worry about somebody like coming up behind you, or you don't have to. It's just,
Right. That's one of the things I want to do, especially whenever I get, find out what I'm going to be doing after I get a settle down a little bit. Maybe just get somewhere, get a house with some land where I can shoot. There's only 46 people registered for the match Saturday. That's weak. 46. I'm sure more will show up, possibly, but that's probably about it.
Big ass Glock match?
Huh?
When is your big ass Glock match?
Oh, in September? This month?
What year or what date?
I don't know. It's the 20-something. I'm not going to be able to go to it.
Is it the last weekend of the month?
I think so. It's like 23rd or something.
Thanks.
I don't know.
Dude, I found a crazy law enforcement video from like, looks like the 90s maybe, where they're like telling you about shotgun shells. It's crazy.
That's funny.
Like, it's made for law enforcement, so I'm assuming some law enforcement has to watch this at some point. And it's like,
probably still do.
Here is a wad. Here is shot. No, you wouldn't watch it. There's like an amateur, or not amateur, but it's like so basic. It's for like little kids almost. Horrible.
Yeah. Now, did I tell you about that simulation I get to do at school? It's like a cop simulation. They use a real Glock, or probably it's like a cutaway, I guess, or something. It's rigged up to shoot pellets or whatever. It's like a Glock 17, and it's like a big giant screen in front of you. So when you shoot it, it registers where you hit or whatever. I think that's how it works. I haven't seen it yet, but like I think this month or next month we get to go. Everybody in class gets to shoot it and do and the computer like spits out different scenarios for you as the officer to respond to whatever. So I'm pretty pumped.
So you mean they're setting it up for the students to use?
Yeah,
or?
yeah. It's for the campus, for the criminal justice students. Our campus just started this thing where if you become a criminal justice a student this year, if you're a freshman this fall, when you graduate in 4 years from now, you'll be post certified. You'll have your post training and everything. You'll be ready to go be a cop.
You're a freshman or what?
No, I wish I was a freshman because of that. I'm a junior.
Oh shit.
I know, so I don't get any of that.
There's
What's
no
that?
way to, like. Well, that is cool. It's a nice feature for the you kind of do it all in one. You're not able to like do some sort of like what would they call that, like a fast-paced way to catch up or anything.
I guess not. Probably because it's like the same courses I've already taken, but they're just probably gonna be adding stuff into them and doing it differently.
Well, if they even add stuff, but it's probably like a certain amount of time has to be taken, not so much just a test has to be passed.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I'll have to ask. I don't know. Definitely be something I'm interested in, but at this point, probably wouldn't have time to do it without paying for another year of school. I really don't want to do that. If I can avoid it. I'm hoping to get my scholarship back after this year. After spring semester, anyways, I won't be reevaluated until spring's over.
So you do like, if I read it correctly, if I heard you correctly, you do like Glock matches.
Who G-Web says, I don't.
Well,
You don't like Glock matches?
I never said I don't like Glock matches. I just said
I thought Melissa just said he doesn't like them.
No, I said I don't do them.
You should always do them, dude. They cost $35 and you have a chance to win a free Glock.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, it's like winning the lottery, but it's only whatever. I don't know. You got it worse because you're there, but for us, it's like I got a 1 in 35 chance of winning a Glock. I've never won one.
We just had one here. It was pretty big. It was like 200 or 300 something guns, but it was more than that. It was like 50 or 60 bucks.
Oh, okay. So it's $50 to have a very on odds and like less than 100 or a couple of hundred.
Oh no, I know what it was. It was the you had to be a member, so I wasn't a member anyway, so I would have had to pay the membership fee. That's what it was.
Yeah, but it's like 50. It's the same price, I think. It's just maybe $10 cheaper if you're a member or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's still not like extremely cheap by the time you factor in all that stuff. I mean,
For me, I don't shoot as much as you, so for me, it's a no-brainer. I can
right, yeah,
whatever.
exactly. No,
A chance to win a free Glock. Did I tell you last year that 380 category, only 2 people even shot, and they gave away 2 Glocks, so they literally both won a Glock just for shooting.
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy. One of them, the guy borrowed somebody else's Glock to shoot it, so he literally got a Glock borrowing somebody else's gun. It didn't matter what the score was. They only gave away 2 guns, and there was only 2 competitors.
That's awesome. See, the thing is, like, I mean, I'd rather shoot other matches. I mean, it's not worth it to me. I don't know.
hey, Gio, like some of the matches you go to, how many of them know that you have a channel? I mean, are you pretty well known for that when you go to these matches? Like some of them will come up and talk to you and say, hey, I watched your channel quite a few times.
No.
All right.
Sometimes people hear me, but I haven't done anything for 3 years, so no. Really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what do you mean you haven't done anything for 3 years?
I haven't really done videos in 3 years, really. I used to do 500 or 600 a year, dude. I've got 3,500 videos. That's certainly
a lot, but I didn't know you'd quit that. I didn't know you'd cut back that much. Like,
I mean, a video a day, I don't consider that's phoning it in. I'm not doing anything anymore. I don't have time to do videos I want to do. I just do shit
you
that
see something, like, oh, I'll make a video out of that, and you do it and send it.
or do like a favor to somebody or like mention something that needs to be mentioned or whatever. But yeah, I wish I had time. I'm hoping I'll have more time. But anyway, I've been going to matches since the 90s, so I'm just some dude who goes to matches. I'm not. There's no such thing as like that kind of crap out here. I don't think. I wonder what those other guys. I don't know how big they are now. Forgot what.
So theoretically, I'm more how do I say IG or social media famous than you at the competition range, because I got recognized on Instagram at one of my local matches, and I've already told the story. I'm just bragging. I'm just being egotistical, but he recognized my gun actually more because I don't post pictures of my face a lot on there.
Yeah.
And
that's what somebody's gonna notice anyway, is their fucking gun you're shooting.
Right. So he noticed. He's like, hey, he's like, I've seen your gun before. He's like, are you on Instagram? I'm like, yeah, I am. He's like, he's like, is your name? He's trying to like figure it out. I'm like, Ballistic Expanse. He's like, yeah. It's like, I'll follow your channel. I'm like, really? And it was like pretty crazy. I've been shooting with him for like months. I mean, I knew his face, but I didn't really, I never talked to him or knew him. And we were shooting together the whole time, and now we're pretty good friends. With always talk to him at every match. We usually shoot together at least twice a month.
So
He's a
So
really
how
good
long-
shooter. He's way better than me.
G-Webs, how old were you when you get into matches?
Sorry, what?
How old were you when you got into gun matches?
I don't know. I was like 97, 98,
Wow.
No. 90. No. I don't know. Let's say 2000 maybe. I don't really remember when I started shooting. I mean, nothing. I've been to them that long ago. I didn't start shooting them really until like the 2005.
So like when you were like what, 21, 22?
No, dude. I don't know how old I was then. 40 or something, or 30 something. I don't know.
Oh.
Why does it matter?
Yeah,
No, I was just wondering.
I was an adult.
Yeah.
I didn't shoot stuff when I was a kid. I don't know if there were matches. I've gone to like skeet and traps and skeet ranges. Well, we didn't have skeet, trap ranges. And I guess I did turkey shoots. That's what it was. They would have like occasional turkey shoots. Like literally, you would shoot and then somebody would go home with a turkey, like a frozen turkey.
Oh,
Yeah.
it wasn't like the one where they actually put the turkey in the ground and the head came up out of the ground and you had to shoot it?
No. You just want a turkey. And that was, I don't know, it must have cost a lot for a turkey. That was the fucking 80s, so I don't know. I just remember that I would be dragged to those. I didn't like shooting shotgun that much, mainly because my uncle was like sort of fucking asshole where like he never missed. I don't think I ever saw him miss, literally. So it was no fun at all. Like I never got into it because I was like, well, what the hell? So I can always, like, I can attain second maybe if I'm really good, and I wasn't that good. So I just never got into it, and I had to go with people when you can't drive or whatever. Anyway, I never got into it, so then I never got into it. I didn't live in a place where there was that kind of shit going on really anyway. Plus, I hate guns and whatever.
Oh.
Take them or leave them. This freaking police movie is fascinating. It's super boring, but I can't quit watching it. So it must have some sort of Hypnotoad soundtrack in the back. or
Keeps the recruits awake.
It does. It's like continual pace. Can you hear the guy in the background? He's just like, the CS Floors, Smoke Dustbusters, Dragon Breath, and this is 12 gauge.
It's like he never stopped to take a breath.
Yeah, there's like no pauses. The stuff keep changing on the screen. It's like super 90s, like PowerPoint video combo.
Yeah.
Like now they're shooting some sort of flare gun into a gelatin. Like, has that ever happened? Has a cop ever been shot by a flare gun even? I mean, it could happen. So it's just interesting. I think they're about to light a smoke grenade inside of a block of gelatin for whatever reason that's going to prove.
Oh.
I just did it in the grass field. Boring. Snap. Now they're shooting a grenade out of a oil can off the end of a shotgun or something. That must be how you deploy a grenade if you're a cop. A grenade that looks like a soup can.
Okay, so this scorpion the real name is Southern Unstriped Scorpion. How exciting, because the other one here is the Southern Striped Scorpion. So it's like your basic scorpion.
Instagramming those scorpions?
Huh?
You Instagramming those scorpions?
No, man. I'm getting my game plan for him, though.
Are you
From
gonna get like
the
a
war.
tattoo? Are you gonna get a tattoo of a scorpion on your belly?
Hell yeah.
And when you get like your eye poked out somewhere in your Black Ops career, then your nickname will be Scorpion. And then when they turn New York into a prison, because that's going to happen. I don't care what anybody says. You'll have to get sent into New York prison to help rescue the president who plane crashed in the prison.
Oh yeah.
And then I'll release Scorpions.
Well,
Do my bidding.
I'd get started now trying to convince people to call you Scorpion.
Or Scorponic.
The only difference is Lil Mac will be 40 instead of 9.
Yes. Need that extra oomph.
I think they're trying to suggest that dragon's breaths are like going to be used against law enforcement or something.
It's like if you see anybody with these shotgun shells, they're hunting law enforcement.
I know exactly what we need to like protect our crack den or whatever. Let's go to the next gun show and pay like $8 a round for freaking that dragon's breath ammo.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, man.
Dude, you can light a cigarette with dragon's breath. It's a firework that comes out the end of a shotgun. It doesn't even like.
It's not like it has like a bunch of pressure like a regular round.
Yeah, you couldn't make a fire.
It would probably be horrible to get shot with it. But
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's not a flamethrower.
No,
Is there
it
any-
will bounce off you. Some of the stick can be annoying. I'm not saying I want to get shot by it. Oh, let's talk about that.
Is there any metal in it? Is there any like metal shot?
I'm
What?
sure there's something in there.
No, it's full of whatever that material is. That it's is it what? No, not what I say. Magnesium. Isn't it just a bunch of magnesium? So instead of being shot, it's magnesium, and it just blows out and ignites.
Napalm.
Yeah, it's like a firework.
Napalm.
I wonder if
No.
cops are ever worried about this thing.
Now they're talking about flechette shotgun shells that you can buy at gun shows and
Oh,
shit.
machetes.
Like,
Nice.
the perfect thing for our meth lab. Let's go to the gun show and pay like $6 a round for flechette rounds.
Is that like a punt gun or is that a single round?
It's a fucking whaling gun. It's for shooting out a harpoon.
Oh,
That on the side of a big old boat.
hey, I could put that on our boat.
Dude, this is gonna show up in the next segment of that video. We're talking about
Seriously, you're gonna like shoot it through this poor block of gelatin that's getting shot by basically everything on its sun.
If you have any deputies that are whales, they should worry about this.
Dude, this thing looks so
That's fine.
simple.
One that's like a what do they call that when there's two balls with a string between them? You throw it and it catches the bird's feet or whatever. Word for that.
I don't know.
Like Mexico or South America
It
or
looks like
something.
all they did was take and put a metal tube on a wooden stock and put a hammer and a trigger on it. And then this thing still costs $2,700.
There's another one.
Are these like antiques?
No, they're brand new production. This is the new carry gun that everybody wants.
This is what the
That's
Japanese
all.
are using for their sample whaling.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah.
$3,000 rustic looking things.
This is what all the hipsters carry in Portland.
That might not be too far from the truth. This one doesn't have any. Did
Who
you
would
speak blue?
My whaling gun, it's way too obscure.
You don't even know. I was into whaling before it was cool.
I was in the whaling before they were extinct. So you're saying you're the cause of whaling?
How about a big old harpoon? You can like attach like a dynamite stick to it. Be awesome.
So what's so good? What's the rave about all these Trijicon HGs? I mean, I know they're obviously well-made sites, but everybody seems to prefer them. What's the?
You just answered your own question.
Well, I mean, there's other well-made sites out there. So, what's the feature that you like over
About which ones now?
the Trijicon HDs? Because that's probably something I'll consider for my carry gun next year.
Very clear, with a good field of view, and very well made.
Which one's the HD?
It's the one with the dot, the
Tritium.
color dot in the front, as well as the inserts.
Wait,
I thought it had a tritium in the back.
It's got tritium in front and back, but it's also got a color dot, so you can see it.
oh, you mean it's dual or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, they look freaking huge, which
How
I
much
guess is good for a defensive scenario.
It's not that huge.
Well, that's because it got gathered light or whatever, right?
The rear notch is actually pretty wide, but it's like a U. It's like literally like a U, and your field of view is insane. Like I can see so much more target, but it's not dainty. You know, it's not like dainty. Like they're not like thin. You know what I mean?
Do they
Like
make them for like yeah, they make them for not. What, do they make them for all their brands or?
I'm sure they do. They're expensive, but you know, you're paying for. It's like Surefire. You know, you're paying a little bit more for the peace of mind that they're not going to fall apart.
Dawson makes good sights, and they're not. They're a little bit cheaper. Still like $100 a set, a little over 100.
Again, like you could buy any light on the market, but people buy and pay a little bit more for Surefires because you're not buying Dawson, you're buying Trijicon. It's like a name that is synonymous with
The quality control, right?
Yeah,
Paying for the quality control.
you're paying for what the military and law
What do you-
enforcement use.
Chris, what do you have? The orange or yellow?
That's a good question. I don't remember anymore. I think it's orange. I gotta look. Ugh.
Oh yeah, it's put orange on there. You know you're gonna get caught out. Fake. It's fake.
I can't even
Orange
see it.
tip. Orange tip.
Oh no, it's yellow.
Huh.
Yeah, when it's night like it is right now.
Okay, so they're not that wide. Yeah, they're 0.14. So like the site that I use for competition is 0.11. So it's not. That'd be perfect.
Yeah, what's the difference is the rear notch seems a little wider, and it's a U instead of being like a square U. It's actually like curved in the back.
Oh, I like how the rear sight is angled too. Like the top of it angles out.
Yeah, so you can catch it on something if you need to do some. Or well, the front is flat at a 90, so you can do your like high speed, low drag, cocking off your fucking I don't know what. And then the back is angled a little bit, and it's serrated, so it doesn't glint at all.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The glint. That's why I like it. The way your eye picks it up, right here.
The notch too, the way it's a U,
I'm
it's
screen sharing
circular,
it.
so square is also helps your eye pick up, helps your eye like focus. I forgot how there's Jim Fuller actually did a big video on how he was modifying AK sights to give you better like a better sight picture, and he was talking about the same thing where if it's rounded off on the rear, you get a better your eye has an easier time focusing.
Here it is. If anybody out there wants to see it, screen sharing it. You know.
Oh, I like those.
There,
Well, that's just
I
the.
was a
There's
little
no there.
hesitant. I was a little hesitant. I have to say, I've had Trijicon sights in the past, so they're all right. You know, they're nothing they're not that great. I mean, they're good, but they're not like they're good in dark. But during the day, like getting a good sight picture they're all right. But this during the night or during light is like perfect sight picture.
Do they fit pretty easily in your dovetail, or did you have to file on them a little bit?
I was at my gunsmith when I got him, and he just stuck them on there for me. He did it in like 10 seconds, so it didn't look like he had any problems. I didn't do it.
Yeah. Usually it depends on the company, but depends on the company, the gun, and more so the sights, like their tolerances. Because like I got high vis 1911 sights for my 1911, and even though the sights were specifically made for that model of 1911, they still like I had to file on the rear sight to get it to fit. It's crazy.
I think it
But
took
I guess
all of like literally 2 minutes to put them on.
yeah, exactly. That's what the difference is between me paying for like a $40 or $50 pair of sights and for these Trijicons.
They're not cheap, but I'm definitely not disappointed. You know,
hmm
I'm gonna buy eventually another pair for my my other Glock.
I hope these lowers don't go out of stock before I get ready to order mine.
Jesus Christ! I'm gonna mail you a piggy bank.
Yeah, I've been busy sending money for competition. It never ends.
Well,
But I'm saving.
prioritize because when President Hillary.
Oh, I'll have it before the end of the year. I'll hopefully have it before October. Well, or right around the beginning of October. I'm saving this week's paycheck, next week's paycheck, the week after that, and I've already got some of my account. Obviously, I don't just spend my account to zero. So hopefully I'll have enough cushion there that I can buy it right out and not have to worry about it anymore. Then I'll probably use my tax return for an optic, maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Depends on how much I get back. It's gonna be freaking sweet whenever it gets done.
Can't wait for laser guns to come out. It'll be sweet.
Yeah, I'm on a 40 gigawatt, 115 volt
Plasma guns. Oh man, could you imagine that?
phaser photon cannon
Go out to the
with
cornfield.
flip up offset sights.
Oh
Oh,
man.
that's that scene in Terminator when he goes into the gun store.
Oh yeah.
He asks for the plasma cannon or whatever he asks for.
Yeah.
He's like, whoa, whoa, buddy.
I don't remember that. I'll have to look that up. Is it the first one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch that now. That sounds funny.
It's like I want a plasma like laser whatever gun like they had in Captain America, the first Avenger.
Are you fucking kidding me? God
Yeah,
damn.
where the ones where people like disappear, like they evaporate just like that. Oh man.
Dude, people are so stupid. God damn it.
What happened?
Some fuckheads beat up a Sikh dude, calling him fucking Bin Laden and a terrorist.
Uh,
They fucking know anything about that religion. They know they're fucking like they're just as against all that shit as we are.
yeah.
So I was demoing a taser today, and basically an old guy bought a taser, and they don't come with a DVD anymore. I guess they make you go online to watch the training stuff or something, or he didn't have a DVD. So the shop was busy, and I'm standing there, so I was like, oh, I'll demo the taser. I can do that. So I'm showing him his taser and whatnot, and they come with a training cartridge. I don't know if anybody's ever been tasered before.
Mhm.
They give you a training cartridge, and I thought it's a training cartridge. Like, here you go. Like, here's a practice fake one, right? Because it's not real. So I was gonna we go outside to let the guy shoot the thing. It makes a little bit of noise, and then it makes that like stun gun sound, right? So it's annoying to do it indoors. So I was gonna, or he was gonna shoot the thing to try to, shoot his practice one, and I could have sworn things were just like dummy heads that just kind of shot out with some fishing wire. So I don't know. I just didn't. I was gonna say, hey, if you want, you can shoot at me, and that way you can see the spread because one goes to where the laser is, and the other one drops down, so that there's a spread, so it works more efficiently. And it just didn't feel like it, or it wasn't opportune. But the thought went through my mind, and then I was filming it, and he shot the thing, and I'm glad I decided not to do that because they're basically a taser without the barb. So they still have the hook or the point, the things that shoot out the projectiles with the freaking, things made by the what is it, Eagle Claw Fish Hook Company. So these things shot out of there at full speed and full weight and everything, full sharpness. The only thing is they didn't have the barb to retain in your clothing or if they hit you in the skin or whatever. Anyway, I guess that's designed so you shoot it at the target. Taser makes a metal target, kind of a tinfoil target that you shoot these things at, and then it can visually show you the spread. Anyway, I almost was going to let them shoot me with the damn thing, thinking that they were Nerf or something, that they just shot out to give you the idea of the distance, but not. I didn't realize they were the points. So anyway, I was filming the thing, and he shot the thing, and they literally poked into the brick wall and stuck into the brick wall. They come out with that force. He was, I'm guessing, about 12 feet from the brick wall, whatever the span of the taser, wires are. He was about 2-3 feet within that distance, like the maximum distance. So they still had some slack when they hit the wall, but they hit the brick wall with such force that they both stuck in the brick wall like a dart in a dartboard. That's my taser story today.
Oh, I just fell asleep almost.
Oh, I thought it was an exciting story because I almost got
That
tased.
wasn't your story. I'm just tired.
I posted it on the.
I heard your story. You almost got shot by taser because you thought it wasn't real.
I put it on the Instagram so you can see like
What it looked like.
what the dark
Tag
look.
me in it so I can look at it later. I'm about to pass out. I gotta be at work in like 7 hours. Shoot. Alright. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll talk to you guys later in the weekend.
Yep.
Take it
Check.
easy.
Shit, how do I tag the damn thing? What the hell? Oh, it's a video. I can't tag a video. Oh, anything else going on?
Nope. Fortunately, not that exciting tonight. Just reading this article about this poor dude that got his fucking face beat in.
Well, it's 12. Trying to decide amongst the things I could do, what size chunk of shit do I want to do before I pass out.
Yeah.
Well, if there's nothing lively in here, I think I'm going to jump, watch a Longmire perhaps.
Yeah, me too.
Freaked out. Did you see that there's the news things on there?
I just saw that they're like Netflix is doing it now or something, or
Yeah, exactly. Netflix did it like they did some of those other shows that they kind of took over, and I'm hoping they did just as killer a job on it.
yeah,
So-
I haven't watched any of them yet. I'm happy to see that show. That show is awesome. I'm happy to see it's back.
All right, well, I'm going to go watch at least one of them, and then we'll talk to you tomorrow. See ya.
Later.